Well. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Media Ghoul here. We're going to be talking about something, dear oh dear, I think a little bit near and dear to my heart. I don't know what all of y'all's opinion on these particular games are, but if you're anything like me and you like a bit of a challenge when it comes to your games, then you'll probably be at least aware of these titles. Of course, as you can probably see by the title and the thumbnail, we're going to be talking about Fromsoftware's games, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, etc. Pinsum, hello, welcome in. Finally caught another live. I love your lives and also Fromsoft, so this is going to be good. Excellent. Love to hear that. Of course, Fromsoftware exploded over the last few years. I mean, of course, Dark Souls 3 was a pretty big title for them, but Elden Ring absolutely blew it out of the water for them in regards to sales. Opening up an entirely new audience to their types and styles of games, even though, again, as you're probably aware, if you've seen the term Souls-like, you will know that, their games have been pretty inspirational for a lot of game developers as well. So we've got, willikers, nearly 180 bosses here to talk about and go through and discuss, and I sincerely doubt we're going to get through all of that in one stream. We'll see how we go, but this might need to be split into a couple, depending on, how long I waffle on about particular bosses. And look, this is just a much like my other tier lists, just a personal opinion thing. This isn't about, like the technicalities of the boss or the lore implications, and of course some games I've played a little bit more than others. So, my opinions on particular fights or bosses may be slightly skewed from that. But hey, look, that's what personal opinion is, right? So, without further ado, let's quickly whip through the actual ranking options we have here. We've got Masterpiece at the top, or like an S tier ranking, then Amazing, then Good, Average, Bad, Terrible, and then Unfair / a Mistake. Unfair in regards to, which isn't often, I'll admit. This is probably why Fromsoftware are so goated. Unfair would be like, there are mechanics to the boss fight that are pretty BS, or that can easily kind of kill you by accident without you having really any input in the matter in regards to your dodging, etc. Not many bosses, of course, in Fromsoftware's history like that, depending on, I guess, who you talk to. And then Mistake, I'm sure, again, if you've played especially Dark Souls 1, there might be one or two bosses that immediately spring to mind for that. The bosses are also listed in the game's order of release. So you've got like Demon Souls at the top, all the way down to the Elden Ring DLC at the bottom, which, has some pretty amazing boss fights. Other DLC, yes, so all the DLCs should be here, including all of the, like Dark Souls 2 DLC, Dark Souls 3, let me just have a quick look. I'm seeing like Lady Maria and Orphan of Cos, so that's your Bloodborne sussed. Just looking at Dark Souls 3, Sister Frayed, yep, so the Dark Souls 3 should Demon Prince, your Half-Light, your Gale, sweet. Sekiro, of course, no potential DLC there, unfortunately. The Elden Ring DLC just at the bottom there. I want to immediately put Bale in S tier and Midra, but we will get to that probably in 7 years' time, or when I get through all of these gosh darn bosses. So, let us start this humble little journey going through these bosses with, the OG, right? The OG starting boss. Let me get right on in here so you get a good look. So we're going to be starting off with Vanguard. So, Demon Souls, well, I guess quickly I'll talk about my very briefly experience with these games, because I'll be talking about that probably quite a lot in this stream, or these streams. So I had a 2-week holiday from work when I was a living human being, which, depending on who you're talking to, could be thousands of years, could be yesterday, it depends on the day. But when I was a living, real human being and not a feral, foul ghoul, I had a 2-week break from work, and, I've been playing video games, since I was a kid. I actually play more games than watch movies or TV shows throughout my life. And I wanted to kind of play something in full, something that was reasonably large, and I'd kind of played a lot of large open world RPGs at the time, but I had stumbled across a game that was called Dark Souls 2: Scholar of the First Sin on the PlayStation Store. And I thought, well, this is, I looked up Dark Souls, and, the games previously had very good reviews and were quite hyped and had like almost a cult following behind them. So I thought, well, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a try. And I know a lot of you Dark Souls diehards are going to be like, OMG, your first Dark Souls experience was Dark Souls 2, and you went and played other games. So it was probably of benefit to me, because, there's a lot of people that think Dark Souls 2 is not good. I, of course, had the benefit of not having anything to compare it to. So when I played Dark Souls 2, my goodness, it was like a breath of fresh air in regards to the game, the gameplay, the design, everything like that. Again, didn't even know about Dark Souls, Demon Souls, really. So I, again, had nothing really to compare it to. In my mind, and this is going to sound funny, but just in my mind when I was playing it, I was like, wow, this is like a more action, slightly more mature, like Legend of Zelda or something like that, lacking puzzles and stuff, of course. That was just my kind of rotted, ghoulish brain going there. But I'm a big Legend of Zelda fan, so I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting, kind of different. Again, it's like a action RPG out of Japan. So I played all the way through, spent the entire week, basically week and a half. I think it was actually the whole 2 weeks, because there was some bosses that took quite some time, of course. Played Dark Souls 2, loved it. Again, it was my first experience with any of these games, so I thought, Jesus, this is awesome. And then immediately, once I'd finished, went and bought Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1. I believe Bloodborne was on the horizon when I was playing these, or it had just come out. Can't really remember for sure, but basically the idea was I played Dark Souls 2: Scholar of the First Sin, thought it was totally epic, cool bros, and then went and played every single game previous, like Dark Souls 1, Demon Souls, and anything that was released. And basically on release, every time a new game of theirs comes out, apart from that VR game that they made, I've bought on pre-order and played day one and loved every single one. So that's great. That's fantastic. And another thing when you're talking about Dark Souls 2, my goodness, you're comparing it to, you're comparing something quite meaty to a dish of meat and potatoes and gravy, right? So, it's good, it's solid. But yeah, some of the other ones are slightly better, depending on who you're talking to. Anyway, we are starting with Demon's Souls Vanguard, which, much like Dark Souls 1, is a fantastic way to open your game. You jump into Demon's Souls and you get the tutorial, basically, where you have a couple written notes on the ground that tells you what the controls are, and then you just kill a couple little ghouly boys, and then you come across the Vanguard. And yeah, it's a really nice way to kind of show you, hey man, like you need to focus on your timing and your stamina. Otherwise, you are going to get absolutely crushed. Which again, yeah, it's a cool way to start the game, especially when you're playing just like a undead. You know, you're not like the hero of time, or you're not some bloody superhero. You are literally just one of many undead that were released in the hopes of being able to link or rekindle the flame, or however it... Oh no, this is Demon Souls. Gee willikers, this is about getting rid of the fog. Ugh, and all the demons' souls. How foolish of me, my goodness. So you are playing through, you come across the Vanguard, and 9 times out of 10, he's going to slap you in the face if it's your first experience. And then much like with Dark Souls 1, once you understand how bosses work, you can just absolutely slap his booty quite easily, because, you know, his attacks are very... what am I trying to think of? Word-wise. Telegraphed is the word I'm trying to think of. All of his attacks are very telegraphed and easy to dodge and roll through. So, you know, it's not the craziest fight. But yeah, it is a nice smack in the face up front for anyone that isn't used to these type of games and this type of difficulty. Because, of course, everybody knows no difficulty settings in these games, as it should be. And look, it's not great. Vanguard isn't great. It's not bad either. I think average is a nice little spot for it. Again, it's one of those things that it works really well on your first time, on your first attempt playing these games. Again, the same with Dark Souls 1. If you hadn't played Demon Souls prior, then, you know, you get slapped in the face at the start of the game and you go, oh, why the hell am I playing these games again? And then, yeah, you just kind of get addicted to getting slapped in the face over and over. Vanguard, again, I think average is a decent spot. Again, average isn't bad or negative. It's just middle of the road. There's nothing spectacular about him, his fight, or his music, nor is there anything technically wrong with any of that. So, nice and easy, Vanguard, jumping in there to the average spot like an average little demon boy. Next up, we've got Phalanx, which is in the Archstone of the Small King for Boltaria. Which, yeah, it's another interesting one. It's a good little fight because it's kind of introducing you to using items in the fight. You know, the fire bombs and fire in general, absolutely wrecking face in regards to the Phalanx, and also kind of teaching you about the hitboxes in the game as well. You know, having to work around so you can get to the back of each individual warrior that's protecting the bosses, or the actual boss, I should say. So yeah, it's just like this globule bloody thing, gooey bloody globule thing that's surrounded by its gooey fleshy boys with big shields and long throwing spears, which, yeah, again, you can kind of pull them off the boss proper and attack the boss once it's not being quite so protected. Or if you've found some firebombs, you can chuck a couple of those and then have some fun because, yeah, it's pretty straightforward after that. Which, again, nothing wrong with that at all. It's teaching you a mechanic of the game early on. And generally, this boss is, you know, like the first proper fight, you know, and leading up to it as well is great because it's teaching you all the mechanics of the game because you are going through, pushing forward in the level and unlocking shortcuts back to your like original warp-in point. You know, no bonfires per se in Demon's Souls. It's all, you get the one spawn point, and then you have to go find the boss, unlock your shortcuts, and kill it to then kind of get that next checkpoint. We, of course, see the inspiration that formed here in the Dark Souls 3 DLC, where you see like a whole bunch of the Phalanx in the painting, the painted world. Is it Ariandel? Might be wrong there. But anyway, so I think technically, very cool boss. Again, it's not like a... oh, sorry if you can hear that. Someone is with a very loud car is playing some very loud, very shit music. How cool. Anyway, so yeah, it's setting you up for the entire game. Like once it's one of those things where it's like, once you get to and kill the phalanx, you kind of understand and know how the game is going to be going moving forward. And yeah, it's a really good setup. It's not a like tropey or like super mechanics focused fight. Again, all you're doing is just pulling the shield boys off the squishy boy and then hitting the squishy boy over and over until the squishy boy is a puddle on the ground. Me oh my. Again, I think that's another average. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing spectacular about it either. It's a reasonably easy fight. Once you've done it once or twice, it should be an easy run through on your next playthroughs. I'll sit it above Vanguard, though, if I can do that. There we go. Excellent. Because, yeah, of course, it's just got a little bit, touch more going on than Vanguard does, but that's alright. No problems there. So, next up, we have got the Tower Knight, which is a little bit more of a mechanics-focused boss fight. A little bit... tropey in regards to you've got all the archers shooting at you and you have to go spend 10,000 years killing all the archers, and then you run down and you just bat his ankle a few times until he falls over. I'm not super hot on these kinds of bosses. We get this style all throughout a lot of the Fromsoft games, at least like one boss that's like this. You got a couple in Dark Souls 2, one especially in Bloodborne, but at the very least in the Bloodborne version, the boss that you fight in the middle is like an actual fight. It's not, I need to just run away, get him to slam on the ground, then I sprint in and rat-a-ta-ta-ta his ankles until he falls over, and then I can hit him in the face, which does a decent amount of damage. Cool design though. It's a little bit. It opens up and it's kind of funny because you got, for me at least, you got dragons and you got the bloody phalanx and that kind of thing. So far, you're literally fighting a demon at the start. But then I felt like this was the real one for me, where I was like, this is like pretty nice fantasy. They don't really go into too much about him. Oh well. As you know, FromSoft fans, they don't really go much into anything in regards to the lore and the backstory of anyone or anything unless you use as much dialogue and read all the item descriptions and use visual and environmental storytelling to figure it out, or you watch Vati Vidya's videos, which... Whew, great videos, man. Great channel, of course. Because the lore in these games are friggin' fantastic. And they don't shove it in your face at all. You can just play the game and not, really consume any of the lore at all. Or you can spend 10 hours watching lore videos on YouTube and, realize how amazing some of the lore and the writing for these bosses and areas and worlds are. Anyway, Tower Knight, I'm not super hot on. I think it's a little bit below average for me, in my personal opinion. Again, it's an early Demon Souls boss, so it's nothing crazy. It's just a little bit tacky. Again, just you've got the path where you just sprint in, you run around, spend all of your time killing all the archers, and then, even then, it's not a quick fix because you just have to bait out an attack, sprint in, hit his bloody ankles, hit his little shinnies until he falls over and you bat his face. Nothing incredible there. Personal taste-wise, makes me think it is, not the funnest of fights. That's totally chill. That's totally chill. So, next we have the armor spider, which not fond of spiders personally. Thankfully, this one is a bit of a cringe lord, so it's okay. So like this is another kind of techie fight, but it's still not too bad. You enter the boss arena, and it is kind of like a long tunnel path up to the armor spider proper, and it spits fire down that particular tunnel, so you don't have a huge amount of options in regards to like trying to hide or run away or anything like that, until of course you find the few spots up right next to the armored spider itself that it just can't hit you, and then you just run in and bat its face until it's dead. And again, it's one of those that, like, this is going to be a thing for pretty much all of these games, minus maybe a couple where, when I'm talking about it, I'm talking about like dex strength builds generally. I'm not like, if I was talking about mage builds, like, all of these bosses would be basic little babies, because we all know magic is technically easy mode depending on your build. Whenever I do magic, I love to do glass cannon builds, so like I can put out a lot of damage very quickly, but I generally die in one hit, which I think is a nice little counterbalance to being super OP, in the fact of you have to dodge very well all the time, otherwise you'll just die. Which, I think that's a fair counter to magic being super crazy. But, Armor Spider, again, it doesn't even move, it's just kind of locked in place, and its face and mandibles kind of pop in and out for you to attack it. The fire attack's kind of annoying. The run to the fight, the fight itself is kind of annoying. But yeah, as I said, it's one of those things where, like, once you find those little spots where you can hide and it literally can't do anything to you, it's pretty much easy mode from there. So I think Armor Spider is kind of bad. I think it's slightly worse than Tower Knight. It is just one of those things of, it is, you've got the few, like 2 or 3 small mechanics is all you have to remember. It has barely any attacks, and look, once you've got the right spots, it becomes a bit of a pushover. So I think I actually personally prefer Tower Knight over Armor Spider, poisonally. Alright, we got Fool's Idol, which is an annoying fight, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's just you walk in, it's like a magic / like prayer user, so it has a lot of decent ranged abilities, and it creates copies of itself. Ugh. And you have to run around and figure out which one's the real Fool's Idol so you can deal damage to it. And of course, all of the copies of the Fool's Idol can use its magic and deal damage to you, so it's just a bit of a guessing game, running around, dodging the attacks, smacking the Fool's Idol's ass until you find the real one. And, we've got a few bosses throughout the games that are like that. Pinwheel and, what's their name? I was thinking maybe, no, not the witches from Bloodborne. That's pretty different. But yeah, it's definitely not the first time they've used, or the only time, I should say, they use this particular mechanic. Not fun in my opinion. Oh, of course, Dark Souls 3, the wizards, of course. Little illusion boys. At least with that, like, it's super, like, immediate. You can figure out which is which by the color of its magic. But yeah, Fool's Idol, you're just kind of whipping around. Similar idea in regards to the color of the abilities to figure out which is which, I believe, if I remember correctly. But yeah, whenever I played it, I would just run around and just hit all the copies until I found the right one, and then just it was whatever. Not the funnest. I think a bit funner though than both of those, and frankly, for a not great fight, once you've got it down pat, it's pretty straightforward and doesn't take too much time. Which, yeah, like, again, Tower Knight takes the time of running around and killing the bloody archers, which is, you know, once you've done that a couple times, it's just like, I never want to do this again, just let me fight a boss, please. That's alright, you know, Demon's Souls, the beautiful thing about that is, like, a lot of games, previous and obviously still, but you know, the bosses were often very like mechanic based, hit it 3 times in a particular way and you win, kind of thing. Whereas, yeah, Demon's Souls were doing a little bit of experimenting with their bosses, and certainly paid off quite well for them. Anyway, the Adjudicator. So another pretty fight. Again, very, very like mechanic based. Of you have to bring the big bloody troll body down so you can hit the Phoenix. Or if you've got magic, you just stand at the top, evading his little like tongue thing, and just blast the Phoenix and kill it in like 3 shots. Adjudicator though, yeah, it's a very annoying fight. I don't know about y'all, but yeah, it's one of those things. We've got the early boss designs, very mechanics based. Again, it's pretty quick, so maybe no, I think I'd put it above Fool's Idol. But again, like, these are the type of bosses that remind me of much older games generally, and that's, you know, not the style that catches me when it comes to the boss fights in the rest of the games. And again, it's chill, because we've got some good ones coming up. We've got some goodies. So, speaking of goodies, Leechmonger is not one of those. Yeah, that fight frustrates the absolute buggery out of me. I'm going to be completely honest with y'all. Leechmonger is annoying. The leeches are annoying. Let me just check to make sure I'm not tripping. Is this the one... No. Is it? Is this the one that has, like, the cannon thing that shoots you? Like, because that was, like, if that's the... Like, that's, like, the worst thing ever. I don't think it is. Anyway, if that's the one, that's the worst thing in the world, and I hate it, but I don't think it is. So Leechmonger, yeah, I mean, I'm never fond of the, like, status effect of the leeches, especially in goddamn Dark Souls 3. That shit was annoying as almighty hell. But look, yeah, Leechmonger, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, if you got some fire on you, you're probably pretty safe, but if you don't... it is a super annoying boss fight, but it's not terrible. It's definitely at the lower rank of bad for me, though. I don't think I've ever once had a fun experience fighting the Leechmonger. Flame Lurker, though. Okay. Now we're starting to get... Oh, well, Dragon God's next. But Flame Lurker, we're starting to kind of touch more on... the better side of a lot of these bosses and boss fights, right? Is it this one? Oh, it's the Dirty Colossus that has the cannon thing. That's right. I remember, guys, yeah, the Leechmonger was just annoying because you have to run all the way through its bloody arena while you're dodging its leech attacks. Yeah, that it's all coming back to me now, guys. It's all coming back. Flame Lurker, cool fight. Reasonably easy to cheese, but still a cool fight. Great music as well. Really like the OST used, both of course in the original and in the remake. Both are pretty good. But yeah, Flame Lurker is probably the first example for me out of these where I'd say that's a good Fromsoft bossy boy. Pretty basic attacks-wise, but yeah, it's just one of those things where you've gotten to the point where you have learned a lot of the mechanics of the game, and this boss is more of like the expectation out of FromSoft bosses, where it is more about learning the attack patterns, learning when and where to dodge appropriately to utilize your iframes, and kind of playing around with particular damage types that might do well, because, you've had a couple potentially prior to this where, you just use some fire and you are all groovy, but obviously with a character like Flame Lurker, probably not a good idea to throw fire, or aka flames. Generally no bueno. So, Dragon God, let's be frank and beans here, guys. Like, this is like the epitome of just bad, mechanic heavy. You're not fighting a boss. You're going through an arena and you're clicking the interact button so you can run up and basically one-shot it. Super lame. Probably the worst boss and worst fight in the game. Yeah, it is ever so slightly ironic that this particular fight is so miserable when many of the upcoming dragon fights are frickin' amazing. Super good. Yeah, unfortunate, but it is what it is. Sometimes you just gotta run around and, don't pay attention to Quaylag's picture there. Don't do that. But sometimes you just gotta run around a huge arena with enemies in it, and with basically traps and timed attacks where you have to wait. Isn't that fun in boss fights where you have to wait and stand still, basically? Just waiting for the timing to be right to continue through the level of the boss arena to go click a button. Yeah, super shit. Anyway, man-eaters. She is a man-eater. So, man-eaters, great. It's the thing of, it's like the shock of wait a minute, there's more than one boss that I have to fight here. WTF skis? It's that great FromSoft moment of, you fight the first one, maybe it kills you quite a few times early on, and you start doing well against it, and you're like, I've got this boss fight down pat, easy peasy, and then a second one enters, and it's like, oh, I'm bad at this game. I can't even fight one, and now there is two. And it has range, and, well, gee whiz, the level previous leading up to this is, I think, I don't know, I think it's quite mixed, right, with the fans. I personally love it, the jail. I think it's fantastic. As a Lovecraftian lover myself, I thought the Lovecraftian design of a lot of elements to it was fantastic. So not only the level leading up, but the boss fight itself, very cool. Is it one of the? Let's have a look here. Fool's Idols, Armor Spider, Leechmonger, Vanguard, Phalanx. I think it's maybe the Flame Lurker, but depending on how you do it, it might be one of the first examples that you get as well of cutting off the tail of an enemy, and that actually being a very viable option sometimes if there's a particular attack or the poison or something like that is the thing that's kind of getting you down. And then the fact that the boss reacts to that and changes up its moveset, etc. Very cool. Very cool designed fight. It's a very frustrating arena to fight in. because it's, there's no rails, there's no little guard rails, so it's quite easy to fall off. I think I've probably died in the Man-Eater's fight more by being locked onto the Man-Eater. It does a move, a very quick move, and then you dodge out of the way, but because the camera flips around, you basically roll off the edge and fall to your death, Yeah, it's fine. Shit happens. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But no, I quite like the Man-Eater's fight. It's never been crazy frustrating for me. The run through to the boss sometimes can be. Of course, you're dealing with a reasonably difficult area, especially for like a first area in one of the archstones. But yeah, I quite like it. I think it's good. Ooh, see, the thing that might put Flame Lurker above Man-Eaters is literally just the music, the OST. But no, I think I want to go more on the fight itself. So yeah, I'm going to chuck Man-Eaters above the Lurker of Flame. We then have Old Hero. Again, pretty interesting fight. You've got a basically blind dude. If I've got that correct, let me just yeah. So like he's blind, so you can actually kind of rock around the boss room and utilize that by either not making sounds or making sounds in particular areas, which for this kind of game is pretty cool. It's not mechanic heavy like a lot of these other bosses with these kind of like tropey little things to do in the fight. You can just like fight him normally. He does a decent amount of damage, and he does jump around like a madman sometimes. But decent enough idea for a fight. And I guess the one thing that is slightly annoying with him is the run back can be a little bit atrocious sometimes. But look, I think Old Hero for me, just because he's a bit of a chump, I don't find him overly difficult. He's going to be sitting at the top of average. Again, it's a cool idea having a like blind boss that can basically know where you are based off the sounds you're making as a character. And for quite a early game, it's pretty impressive mechanic. But that's, in my opinion, really the only thing it's got going on for it. Because once you get past that, it is, a kind of a breeze fight in many regards. Like, just thinking about it, I think I probably died more on the runbacks to the boss than the boss proper whenever I do a playthrough. It's been a little bit of time now. I did a playthrough when the remaster came out and haven't touched it since, so... But that's fine. That's fine. That's chill. It's all good, y'all. So yeah, I think Old Hero is just sitting at the top of average, which again, average is not bad. It's not good or great. It's just not bad either. The Penetrator. So yeah, I do. I think everybody remembers the cinematic the first time they saw it, because those laughing fat bastards were so annoying sometimes, and it was nice seeing one get absolutely murked. And it's a cool little way to set up the Penetrator fight as well. And it's a good fight. I quite like it. I think it easily sits at the top of good at the moment. Because it is also like more of, again, like Man-Eaters and like Flame Lurker, it is more of a fight. It is more of you need to learn the moves, you need to learn the timing, and you need to learn how the moves are telegraphed by the boss, and then you can like get through it pretty easily. But again, it's not one of the you can get through it easy, because it has like a small mechanic that once you get used to, then it's you just run there, do this, and it's GG's. You still have to fight the boss proper, which is a lot more that we see moving forward in the other Dark Souls games, where it's actually just, you just have to get good, basically. Because, there's no getting good in regards to, like, Dragon God, All that is just, okay, I got to stop now and wait for the big thing to explode, and then I can run, and now I can stop now. Like, this, Penetrator, Man-Eaters, Flame Lurker, and Vanguard to an extent. It's all very much like you just have to learn the fight. And once you've learned the fight and you utilize what you've learned, it's GG's. But that's the skill involved. Dirty Colossus, look, I'm just going to immediately slap him above Dragon God. The like cannon thing is so annoying. This isn't a difficult boss at all, but oh my god, I just hate it. I don't know what it is with the fight, with the character, with the design, with its weapons and moves and attacks. I just hate every single thing about it. And again, this is a fight where it's like you have to... there's some small elements in the boss arena that can help you out, but the reality is you just have to get good and do it, which is it is a plus for me. But I cannot stand Dirty Colossus. It is miserable. It's obviously... Sorry, I just bumped the microphone. Obviously not as frustratingly bad as Dragon God, but I do think it is... absolutely horrendous, man. I think it is, and especially because like it just feels like, especially in the original, because the graphics weren't super high fidelity 4K, or it's an older game, but it just feels like it's just shitting on you. It looks like shit. It feels like it just shoots shit at you, and like that's it. That's the fight. I hate it so goddamn much, y'all. It is. Yeah, quite bad in my humble opinion. Old Monk, aka like the killer of mage runs, if you fight the Old Monk proper, super resistant against magic. So yeah, like it's always funny. One thing that I do like about Old Monk, so I'm going to put him up at the bottom of good. One of the things I quite like about Old Monk is of course, the thing where, you can fight another player, which is cool. But yeah, I like the offline mode because if you're a, magic build and you've just been absolutely breezing through the entire game, using your magic, not even having to think about it because, magic pretty OP in these games. And then you come across Old Monk and you start doing your usual zippy zappity dippity dappity stuff, and it does zero, like basically zero damage to it, and he just comes up and slaps you in the face. I think that's awesome. That's so good. And of course, if you've got like a strength or a dex build or something like that, he's a bit of a, easy fight. But I just kind of have a bit of a soft spot for him there because, he is like the bane of the mage builds. Which, I can certainly appreciate. And it is a fight. Again, as I say, depending on your build, it is an incredibly easy fight. Or, depending on your build, it'll ruin your run. If you don't know how to pivot out of just using magic all the time. Storm King. So, interesting one. We'll leave it there for now. Interesting one, Storm King. So... look, the fight is, you enter the arena, it's visually spectacular, super cinema, if you know what I'm talking about. The music is like, oh, bro, what do we do? Like so good. And again, visually such a spectacle. This huge, just like manta ray flying constantly through the sky as these smaller ones are flying down and attacking you. And if you've got no range at all, you're just kind of running around trying to survive. If you don't know, again, in your first playthroughs, if you're like me and you don't look anything up, you just play the game, and if it takes you over 100 hours to finish it because you don't know what to do because you refuse to look up a guide. That's just the reality of the game. Man, Storm King was such a brick wall for me in my first playthrough because, of course, how should I know? You have to sprint out of your cover, find an item which ends up being a sword that is basically the only way of taking down Storm King, unless you're like a challenge runner or a speedy boy. Like it is such a brick wall. I remember trying to do the fight multiple times and just not being able to figure out like what I was meant to do. So I would jump into the other archstones and progress there. And then just for whatever reason, I remember like maybe I need to like maybe there's like a part of the map I haven't found, like like the dragon god shit of being like, well, maybe it's a big boss, maybe I need to go find like a catapult or some stupid thing like that. And then you're running around finding the items, and oh my, you find like a sword, and it's like a storm. Is it Storm Caller, or is that just the Dark Souls 3 one? Anyway. And you think, well, what's that about? And then the item description is like, this weapon will one-shot every manta ray in the sky. Please use this weapon, don't be a dunce. So then you use the weapon and the fight becomes very easy. But it is, again, the music is like, peak music for the Storm King. And peak music for what the fight coming next, of course. But Storm King, it's one of those things where it's like obviously like Yorm, stuff like that, where it's cool, but the reality is the answer to the riddle of how to beat this boss is just lying in the boss arena, and you just have to run, grab it, equip it, and then it's kind of GG's, right? So I think I'll nip that Storm King. I think it's definitely above average for me, just because of like the, I guess like cinematic, massive nature of it, and the music, and again, it is you just go grab an item and then use it, but it's a little bit more fun than that, I guess, which is cool. So I'll slip old Stormy Boy there. Yeah, how's that for y'all? Alrighty. So again, like speaking of peak music, Made in Australia, probably the best song in the game, the most memorable track to come out of the game. Probably not just in my opinion, but probably in most people's opinion. And the remake is still very good. The song, it just builds more on the original track, which most of the remade music does. A quick little sip of some cold water, a delicious H2O. So Made in Australia, and like this is like it seems like a tacky fight at first, but it's actually really good. I really like the idea, right, of the demon, the boss, the thing that you're hunting. And obviously, we'll talk about lore in a moment, but the boss is just this young, fragile lady who, she's got a big health bar, but you can, once you run up to her and start smacking her, it doesn't take much, right? It's like literally just a immobile NPC fight, but then the actual fight is with her protector, who blocks the path with his shield and hammer and blah blah blah, and utilizes miracles and stuff like that. I think it is fantastic, and I think not only that, but just like the story idea of like you enter the boss arena and all of these little like goobers that you've been fighting in this particular archstone area is like praising and praying to the maiden, and like even the lines of like fine, take this dark soul, or this demon soul. Does this make you happy? Is this what you wanted? Awesome fight, awesome boss arena, awesome music, and again, like you can cheese it. It is very possible, but I think this is going to be our first amazing to me. Because, yeah, look, there's not many elements I dislike about the fight. It is annoying, the toxic swamp stuff, sure. But, that's just the idea of making it like a bloody pretty difficult task just to sprint straight to the maiden and one-shot her. You actually have to either fight or utilize some little jumpy dodge movements and mechanics, and hope you've got enough throwing knives. But no, aside from that, I think many elements of this particular fight are super good. Super good. Like the same reasons that Storm King is elevated from my opinion due to the tacky nature of the fight. Same with the Maiden, where there's so many elements that are so good in my opinion that anything that's a little bit annoying or frustrating is easily set aside. So we've got Old King Elent, who is a Final Fantasy character. Has a big old sword, and I gotta be honest, these last two, Old King and True King, are probably the bosses I've fought the least in most, or if not all, of these games. Demon's Souls for me was very much I do one or two, I think two full playthroughs, and then any other playthrough is just kind of testing out other things, not really going to the end of it, etc. So it's difficult for me to really rank them because they were just very much, again, things that are, or bosses that I've fought once or twice. I think twice originally and then once in the remake. So yeah, it's not anything that I can comment on too much, but I know it is a good fight. It is. There's nothing. Again, it's kind of unmemorable for me. That's where I'm kind of striking an issue in regards to ranking it. But I think it's definitely not bad, and it's definitely above average because it is like an actual fight. Again, it's one of those things where you immediately garner a lot more points if it is a fight and not a do you know this mechanic, or you better run to this thing and click this button and then do that twice and then you win kind of nonsense. But again, I can't properly rank it amongst the goods, so I'll just leave it there. Same with True King. I'm not certain where to put that, because that is something that... Because isn't that just like the little goober thing, right? Like, it's not like a crazy fight, right? Like, it's just a little goober, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I might... Yeah. I should add a cringe category. No, so I'm just going to slap that there because, again, I'm not entirely sweeten. I don't remember proper. Don't stop looking at the Quaalag picture, guys. Cut it out. Stop. Thanks, Dark Souls, for that. Anyway, so we've got our Demon's Souls fellas there. Rockin' and rollin'. No masterpieces, one amazing, plenty of good, a couple average, a few bads, and a couple terribles. Which, decent ranking for the bosses. For their first, third-person action RPG, right? Kingsfield was a first-person one, and, it was a game of its time. A lot of the ideas obviously follow through into some of their other games, but yeah, we're not going to be talking about any of the Kingsfield stuff, unfortunately, if you're a big Kingsfield guy or gal. But let's talk about Dark Souls 1, right? So very much like our boy the Vanguard, we start Dark Souls 1 against the Asylum Demon, which, it's one or two things, right? Obviously, on your first playthrough, you run in and you're like, oh, boss fight, and then you get crushed and killed, and you're like, oh no, and you don't know what to do until you find the door, and then you run away, and then you do the dropping attack, take off a third of its health, and then make the fight a lot easier because you've got your full kit at that point. Or, it's one of two things after your first or second playthrough. You either immediately sprint to the door, and then you hear the boss music for one note, and then it stops immediately, and it's hilarious every time. Or you do the challenge run, no-hit, broken straight sword run, where you just sprint in and you just try and take it on and kill it immediately, which is, both options are valid, of course. I generally just do the run-through, run straight to the door, go grab me stuff, drop down, get the flask, get everything that you need, and then take him out. But yeah, Asylum Demon, it's one of those things. It has a few attacks, and once you know them, it's GG's, right? Like it basically can't hit you unless you mess up. As long as you stick to its butt and you run away when it flies up, you are fine. You are absolutely fine. Easy peasy boss. But again, it's just one of those things where the first time you fight it is like such a shock, where you're like, excuse me? This is the gosh darn tutorial. How darest thou kill me in the tutorial in the first boss? Like it's that FromSoft slap in the face of like, oh, you're playing a FromSoftware game. You're not playing bloody Final Fantasy VII. This isn't a 27-hour intro. You can do the tutorial, quote-unquote, in 5 minutes or 30 minutes. What do you prefer? Super great start to the game, in my opinion. Again, yeah, this is where you're just an undead. You've been released from prison. And you have to go, like, in the hope of just one of these bloody undead creatures can reignite the flame, bring back a era of light, golden age. And yeah, it's great because you're not a hero. You're not a big bloody I'm the star. I'm the captain now. And yeah, the first boss definitely teaches you that lesson quite well. Taurus Demon. So, if you know the schmoves, very easy fight. You just make him jump off the edge by, like, basketball style stepping to the left as he charges at you, and he will jump straight off the edge, which is always hilarious. I mean, according to Miyazaki, that was intentional for like speed running and stuff like that, much like why he implemented the Master Key. But Taurus Demon, it's one of those things you can either, turn around, go up the ladder, kill the two guys with the crossbows, go back and fight it normal, or you can just get good and use timing to insta-kill it by making it jump off the bridge, which is, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't rank very highly for that, and just the annoyance of them slapping two crossbow users at the top of the ladder just to ping you as you're trying to run up to it. Actually, maybe think. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do, Donkey. That'll do. So Taurus Demon, reasonably average. Nothing crazy, in my opinion. And the Bell Gargoyles. Oh my gosh. So, you've gone up. I'm going to need you to stop looking at Quaylag's chest, please, guys. Focus on the Bell Gargoyles, okay? I can't zoom in any... Oh, I can. That made it worse. Anyway. Focus on the Bell Gargoyles, guys. What is wrong with you? So you've gone through going up because, Dark Souls 1, you have to go up, ring a bell. You have to go down, ring a bell. And then you can go forward and, save the world. Or you can go down, ring a bell, then come up, ring a bell, depending on the style of how you want to play the game. But the Bell Gargoyles, early boss, you're fighting two at once. Again, that kind of rehash of the, the man-eaters. In regards to, like, you're fighting one, you chop its tail off and get its weapon, and you're like, oh, this is easy, and then the second one joins. And for some people, that makes it very difficult. Thankfully, they give you a little bit of a leeway in regards to the second one spawns in with half health. And does slightly different moves because it's missing some very important parts of its body. Poor thing. And this kind of like starts every Dark Souls game will have a gargoyle fight of some sort, whether it is fighting 50 of them like in Dark Souls 2, or fighting one or two mechy big boys like in Elden Ring. We get a lot of gargoyle fights throughout the games, and this is OG. It's cool. It's again one of those things where you chop the tail off and you're like, oh wow, oh, you can do that in this game. That's freaking crazy, y'all. Fight wise, it's okay. Actually, I don't mind bell gargoyles. Definitely better than a lot of these, definitely much better than a lot of these little tropey ones, of course. A lot of the mechanic heavy ones. Again, it's a fight. You got to learn both the moves. Then you got to make sure that you've got both enemies in your line of sight while you're targeting one. And yeah, it's teaching you how to succeed in the games, which the Dark Souls games constantly do. Like in so many interactions with the level or the enemies or the bosses, it's just teaching you something that you're going to be able to implement throughout the rest of the game. And it does that very well. Yeah, bell gargoyles are very chill. I'm going to mute for about 30 odd seconds to 60 seconds. I'll be right back. Give me uno momento. All right. Anyway, so bell gargoyles, above average, top of average, nothing. I do like the old. No, I don't. Thought that was old monk for a moment. I was just tripping out. Sorry, y'all. Moonlight Butterfly, aka cringe. So Moonlight Butterfly, it's just one of those things where it's like, if you're just like a strength build or something, it's just one of those things where you got this, one of those things. You've just got this tiny little bridge and you're just dodging magic attacks until, oh yay, I can run up and hit it a few times as it like nestles up against the bridge for, I don't know, maybe to eat some of the bloody flowers that are on it. I'm not too sure why it allows you to kill it so easily. But yeah, look, if you've got range, piece of piss. And it's an easy fight in general. I don't want to make it seem like it's some crazy difficult thing. But it is just one of those kind of annoying fights where you are just standing, waiting. You're dodging, but there isn't anything you can really do for a little while. Which is always unfortunate in a boss fight. You should always be doing things, right? And yeah, you're dodging magic, but then sometimes you're just standing there watching it, waiting for it to even do something that allows you to play the game. Which is never great. Never, ever great when it comes to a boss fight. Definitely not terrible, but not very good either. I think I might do that and that and do that. Yeah, pretty bad, pretty not great, pretty pretty yikes, pretty huh. Yeah, definitely not my favorite fight in Dark Souls. And it is just like I wouldn't say side fight, because if you want if you want to get them embers and oh, what just happened there? Oh my gosh, what's going on? Ah, there we go. Delicious. Okay, so yeah, nothing crazy, nothing great. I think it's pretty bad actually. Not my favorite. Capra Demon. Interesting fight in regards to, you walk into the boss fight and it is literally like a 2 by 2 inch square with dogs and the boss. And it's got the double thing of, when you go later on in the game and start fighting Capra demons as just normal enemies, it's an interesting thing, right? Because as I'm sure most of when all of that underground or the individual that it was in charge of putting all of that stuff together down there was an absolute lazy piece of shit troll lord and was just copying and pasting things. It worked out for the Capra Demon because it was a cool element that they implemented in a lot of the other games you go from, oh my gosh, this is a boss fight, to this is actually just a normal ass enemy now, so get good, baby, because they're going to chase you all over the shop. And it has that added element of, the dogs are annoying, granted. You can just run up and bloody plunge attack or try and get them to disengage with the boss. And when they run up, just kind of take them out one by one. So it's not the most annoying or most difficult thing in the world. The run back can be sometimes, depending on whether or not you're just rushing through, not killing anything, and just sprinting straight to the boss. My goodness, the amount of times little twink assassins would jump on me and slit my throat as I'm running through. My gosh, my goodness, and those dogs are just the worst thing in the world. But I think it's okay. It has the added plus of again, it working out that it worked out quite well that it was copied and pasted into a later level by a loser that didn't know what they were doing, because it was it's quite a cool element of the game that they utilize in a lot of the other ones, and it's fun enough. It's easy enough. Gaping Dragon, I quite like Gaping Dragon. Guys, I'm going to need you to focus on the Gaping Dragon, okay? I know we're getting to her. I know. She's close. I know. We focus on the Gaping Dragon, all right? So the Gaping Dragon, cool fight. And it is a big fight. I mean, it's a big enemy in regards to it's a big fight. And it's funny. It's very intimidating at first because it's such a large enemy. But once you've got the moves down pat, it is a bit of a pushover. So much of a pushover, one of its main attacks is pissing itself. Right? Like a scared little baby boy. Poor little thing. And I think it's the cutest thing in the world, the cinematic, when it introduces it, and you just see like the little crocodile head, and it's like, it's a little baby, and then it's like one of the biggest bosses in the game, and it's like, oh, okay. But yeah, it definitely teaches you the idea of, sometimes you just gotta face your fears and run right up to these big scary enemies, right? Because sometimes the further away you are, the easier it is to die to some of these bosses, which I think is a awesome thing to implement in a lot of these fights, especially in the games moving forward, where it's like rewarding the player for kind of getting in the face of these bosses, and not running away and sprinting around in circles and just constantly iframing and stuff like that. And we have a lot of bosses moving forward that would qualify for the same compliment. Gaping Dragon, it's okay. I think it's better than I think it's better than Bell. Yeah, I think top of average is good. for the old gaping dragon. It also has a funny meme name, haha, because, if you know, you know why it's called the gaping dragon. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you don't, it's no problem. Don't even think about it. Speaking of gaping, oh my god, it's Quelaag. Oh my god. So this was hilarious, right? Like just the meme of every bloody nerd that played this game just creaming themselves over this boss. Look, if you don't know, it's a naked lady, and she's rather pretty, but oh my goodness, everything under her waist is this horrific lava spider creature, or scorpion-esque, I should say. It's a funny meme, They tried to do it again in Dark Souls 2, those fools. But yeah, it also, the cinematic gives you, as you can see in the picture, a decent look. And I think, depending on when you played this game, you probably thought, are you allowed to do this in video games? Isn't this, like, illegal or something? You can nearly see her nipplies, It like, freaked people out. It was probably the scariest part of the Dark Souls experience, was being basically flashed by Quelaag. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Look, it's a fun fight, but it is one of those things, like many boss fights, it's just totally chill. But it is one of those things where, you face your fears, you run up, you get up to their legs and smack them a few times, and you get kind of used to the back and forth with Quelaag. I think it's a fun fight. It's never been anything that's kind of been a brick wall for me, like some of the ones coming up. But definitely in regard, compared to, the bell gargoyles, in regards to the boss that is right before ringing the bell, Quelaag is obviously 10 times better. Not only for the visual, but also for the fight itself. Definitely better than Flame, Maneater. Yeah, I'll nip it. I like the fight. It's good. There's some cool lore implications when you explore the area further after beating her, and then you're like, oh no, she's not actually that bad. She was just looking after her sister. Oh, now I feel terrible. Her sister's gonna die. I need to feed her 30 humanities so I can go save my goddamn friend. Ugh. He's not here, so we're not going to talk about him. Iron Golem. Look, I'm just gonna say I don't know if y'all like him. I'm not huge. Again, I'm not huge on the run up, smack his ankle, and then he just falls off the cliff and insta dies. Right? That is no fun to me. It's cool that he's quote unquote defending the next area, Anal Londeroska, Analondo, but yeah, it's just not that fun to me. You're not really standing around though. I'm gonna put Iron Golem under Fool's Idol. That may be a slightly hot take, but yes. I find it very cringe bosses that you run up, you smack his ankle, and he literally just falls off the goddamn cliff. Let me make sure he's not above. Yeah, no, he's definitely above Tower Knight, of course. Ornstein and Smough, classic, and probably the boss fight that once you complete Ornstein and Smough, that is your confirmation that you can finish the game, basically. That you will not saying that it gets easier after this, not at all. More of the fact that is the biggest step in regards to being able to play these games moving forward. If you can get to Ornstein and Smough and beat them, you're sweet. You have learned everything you need to know to finish this game and every game moving forward, which awesome, because it's super difficult and it's a multi-stage fight, which I think is the first, definitely, right? Yeah, the first multi-stage fight out of any of them. Like even Demon's Souls. Let me just check. Okay, yeah, unless I'm forgetting something. Yeah, it's like you get the health bar down to 0, and it's like yahoo, yay, and then yeah, one kills the other and takes their abilities and becomes much harder to fight. So you got that double thing of like you're choosing who to focus and who to ignore, because you know like any damage that you do to the other one is just going to be healed. So you try and focus the one that you know you're going to be able to beat the other upgraded version of. I don't know what you guys prefer personally. I prefer fighting Big Smo over Electrical Smo over Big Ornstein. Yeah. Big Ornstein is just a little bit too annoying for me, in my opinion. But yeah, amazing fight. And again, oh my god, stop that. Like one of the things for me, as I said, like the thing that I love is like this is like the milestone of achievement in regards to Dark Souls 1. Like you've pretty much figured it out, and now it's just about finding the right path, finding the right direction to go moving forward to get like the Lord Vessels and stuff like that. Super great fight, classic, great music. Great area, of course, like Anor Londo, everything moving up, leading up to it, is like crazy. You know, you've gone from this like dark, dreary world, fantasy world, where everything's terrible and ruined and devastated, and then you just enter this bloody golden kingdom. Yeah, it's fantastic. Fantastic moment, fantastic boss fight, and they've really... I don't think they've been able to recreate Ornstein and the Smo. Which would that make it a masterpiece fight? I don't know. That's tough because they try and recreate it often and they just cannot do it. I'm going to keep it for now at the top of amazing. And I'll say it will be quite difficult to beat that, but there are a few that I already think about that definitely will, so... I shouldn't speak too soon. Priscilla, very cool. You know, like basically like an optional fight. You can just leave, you know, if you really want to, or if you want her, if you're desperate for her weapon, or you're desperate to finish the Moan any percent speed run, then you're gonna have to fight her, and she turns invisible, and you can basically see where she is due to the footprints appearing in the snow. The level itself, the painted world, awesome level, fantastic level. Nice little like microcosm of the game proper. And the boss fight itself is reasonably fun. Like, she isn't the strongest fight in the game by far, but does kind of give a small amount of challenge. And yeah, again, she's invisible, so you have to like really figure out where she is, which is always fun. Drinking water, make sure to have a sip of H2Agua if you've got it. Again, it isn't a difficult thing, but it's definitely not a bad fight. I would maybe sit Priscilla at the top of average, above, yeah. Let's have a look. Storm King, Flame Lurker, Man-Eaters, Quailak, Gaping Dragon, Old Hair Capra Demon. Yeah, I think I'm gonna nestle Moni McMonison right here, top of average, just for now. These things can change, guys, depending on the more I think about it, you know. Gwendolyn, annoying. Oh my god. Just running through the infinity hallway, dodging magic. So fun, Gwendolyn. So fun. At least it's like a like optional experience, depending on how much of the game you want to go through and complete. But yeah, it is, again, as you know, just a long-ass hallway, and Gwendolyn, well, I was going to say he, but they are illusioned and presenting as the female version. So she does magic. And yeah, it's just, oh my gosh, you dodge all the magic, you run up to attack her, and she just zips back again, like further, and it's like, oh, and then you run up, you dodge all of her abilities, maybe you get a couple hits off, and then she teleports back again. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Oh, like, you've got the pillars to hide behind, but it's like Moonlight Butterfly on crack in regards to, like, sometimes you just have to stand behind the pillar and do nothing and just wait, which I think is always a failure in regards to a boss fight when you aren't actually doing anything. At least if you're dodging attacks, you're doing something. You're sussing out your timing. You're figuring out how the attack works. But yeah, look, sometimes you're just standing there behind the goddamn pillar, waiting for Gwendolyn to finish her bloody barrage of attacks, so you can run up, only for her to teleport away, and you have to just repeat the process constantly. And then once you kill her, them, he, whatever, it gets really dark and scary. And then the Firekeeper doesn't like you anymore, and it's even scarier, because you lose your bonfire. I wouldn't say unfair, I wouldn't say terrible. Probably the top of bad for me, because it is a solid boss fight, don't get me wrong, but oh my god, it is just, super frustrating, super annoying. Sometimes you can die unfairly. I wouldn't classify it as unfair or a mistake, but yeah, sometimes you can be standing behind a pillar and just for whatever reason you can get clipped out through the hitbox and just get zapped, and it's pretty lame. At least she's a pretty girl, though. Gwendolyn's so pretty. Such a pretty girl. Alright, Seath the Scaleless. Seath the Cringe Lord, the traitor, the betrayer. What, bro? What? You're gonna sell out your entire species of ancient dragons? What, because they made fun of you, bro? Because they bullied you in school, Seath, you friggin' nerd? Oh, they made fun of me. I don't have scales. They were laughing. They pointed their fingers and they laughed at me. So I'm gonna genocide the entire population via plague and pestilence to kill them all. Oh, okay. Bro, it's like some friggin' Stranger Things Season 4 nonsense. I got bullied, therefore I'm going to kill everybody. Okay, Seath, you friggin' cringe lord. Now what's happened? Oh, man has just taken over and just, ruining everything. Yes, we had a golden age, but, look at now, the flames, it's the shadows, the darkness is coming back. And what are you going to do, Seath, baby? You got no scales, brother. Yeah, you got your magic, but, brother, all it takes is destroying that lame little crystal of yours, and then you're screwed, mate. Ridiculous. No, actually, super fun. Seath, the traitor. First time you fight him, he's literally like, you can't even reach him. You can't do anything about it, and he just kills you. And then you awaken in a prison cell, and you have to break out, go back to his boss fight arena, and then destroy his little immortality crystal so he can take damage, and then you can kill him. Not fun. Not the best fight. You're literally just like running around his long little tentacles, praying that it doesn't start battering around randomly and hitting you and one-shotting you sometimes. Seath the Traitor, Seath the Cringe Lord. I wouldn't necessarily say bad. I would definitely say, like, lower end of average. Better than Vanguard, better than Asylum. Ugh. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna have to sit old Seathy boy the traitor, the feral bad boy down there. Sorry, Seathy babe, but yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get for teaming up with literal death, bro, and filthy man, bro, man. Really? You sold out all of your ancient dragon brethren for man, bro? For the furtive pygmy, bro? Are you trolling me, Seath? For the furtive pygmy convinced you to destroy... Oh, my God. Anyway. So... Sif... Sif's a good boy. Sif's like the best boy. Let me just... Yeah, Sif's a good boy. You know, I'm not going to shit-talk Siffy boy. Gives me an example to zoom back onto the Quayle picture. Sif, such a good boy. Such a great boy. And, you know, the lore implications, just the whole, like, you know, ties to, let me get back here, because I'm actually blanking on his name. Artorias, you foolish boy. The connection with Artorias, which of course is a Berserk reference, which, you know, if you chuck a little Berserk in there, you're going to get me every time, doesn't matter what it is, you know. And Sif being such a good puppy, like how can you rank him poorly? And oh my God, like the absolute horror of doing enough damage to it when it starts limping around and whimpering. Oh my God. Made me question wanting to continue the game. Like, bro, really? Really? The pupper? You're gonna make me you're gonna make me do this to this like poor little pupper? Ugh. Terrible game. Truly a 1 out of 10 experience, but it's easily top of good because he's a good boy. Simple as that. You know, you don't have to be the best fight as long as you're a good boy. But I do quite like the fight, actually. I do actually like the jumping around, spinning around. You know, it really makes you improve your timing on your iframes. I think it's a very fun fight. And it teaches you some good things. Four Kings. Four Kings is just a DPS check, unfortunately, which isn't the best thing in the world, but it is what it is. You know what you're going to do. It is what it is. It is also ever so annoying getting there and figuring out just how to get there and how to do the fight. Because, again, look, when you play these games without looking anything up or any guides or anything, you know, sometimes you can spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours just trying to find where to go and then what to do. And then, you know, like... yeah, it wasn't the most obvious thing in the world that you have to go to that tower and then jump into the black abyss, which normally in any other circumstance would kill you from fall damage. But, of course, they're little trolls, they're little cringe-lord trolls sometimes. And yes, didn't you know, you have to go to this little spot and then jump into the black abyss. Ugh. Aside from that, and again, aside from the fact that it is a DPS check, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool fighting on the void, you know? And you just see a little on the horizon, a little king over there, and you just sprint over and blat him, you know? That's always fun. And then, yeah, depending on your DPS, you might not even fight the 4 bad boys. I don't think bad's really fair for 4 Kings in regards to the fight itself, but I don't exactly like it. So I am going to sit it at the bottom of average. I'm sorry. I will be fair and put him above these guys. Because I think that's fair. A little bit better than Seath, the traitorous feral. You bastard. You bastard. Maybe better than... Yeah, better than Taurus, I'd say. Better than Phalanx? Nah, because it's got a couple minuses there. Yeah, that'll do. Middle of the road. Middle of the road, old 4 Kings. Not the best, but it is what it is. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Ceaseless Discharge. Speaking of Ceaseless Discharge, if you know what I'm freaking talking about. I need to stop that. Ceaseless Discharge is terrible. Not as bad as Dragon God. Not as annoying as Dirty Colossus. So Ceaseless Discharge is lame. Like terrible. If you fight it normally, You just have to wait for it to do its slam attack and then run up and hit it, and then just rinse and repeat, or, of course, as you all know, you just run back to the start, and then it basically commits... it plays a game of Sudoku, basically, which is so lame. Like, it's not, for me, like the tourist demon, where, you know, you literally just, like, you time it perfectly as it enters, and you just sprint past to the left, and it does its attack, and it jumps off. Like, that is fine. It's an early boss, you know, it is what it is. Ceaseless, though, bruh, I mean, like, I wonder if, like, when the cringe lord that designed this entire area and all of the misery that follows was just like, yeah, this is hard, so I'm just gonna make it that it ends itself. If you run up and, like, if you run to a particular spot, it'll just, like, jump off the lava waterfall, and then you just hit it, and then it's dead. Isn't that fun, guys? Oh, man. Oh, and visually horrendous design. Kind of intentional, of course, because of, like, the lore behind the character. So, you know, that's not a huge negative, but it is pretty ugly. Speaking of pretty ugly... Taurus demon legs with extra bits to it. Centipede demon. Wow. I mean, what can I say? Super bad. Not as bad as these guys, but pretty horrendous, in my opinion. Not very creative. Not very inspired. Just super shit. Surrounded by lava. And then if you run up against the wall, it'll jump out of the boss room and kill itself. Like, guys, I get it with the Taurus demon, I get it. Trust me, I understand. But this is back to back, right? Ceaseless and now this. It's like, it is more a design flaw. And look, again, if you don't know the story, there is a reason why this entire area is just lazily slopped together using pre-existing assets and enemies and anything that is unique to the area. Probably had nothing to do with the designer who was set to head up the design and the creation of the area. Miyazaki says that the person who was in charge of all this was either something like they were really new, or they were like they were reasonably amateur in regards to being trusted to, like, head the design and implementation of an entire area. And yeah, this is just what happens. You get an incredible game like Dark Souls, and this is just like a testament to how good the game is, right? Dark Souls 1 has Blight Town, which for me, design-wise, isn't the worst thing. It was just how it ran. You know, like, once you find the path, you can just do it and without thinking about it. You know, when you played it originally, my goodness, the frame rate drops would kill you all the time, that's the unfortunate reality with Blighttown, is I don't think it's necessarily the area and the layout and the design and the enemies. It's just the fact that it performed so terribly that you would often die and it would be out of your control. And it has all of this misery down here, but it is still looked at as such an incredible game, and like a pivotal game that came out. So even when it is, you know, kind of filled with a bit of dog shit, you know, you still look at it as to how good it is. And yeah, so, like, the person who was in charge of designing all of this stuff was some idiot who didn't know what they were doing. And yeah, it turns out when an idiot that doesn't know what they're doing designs an entire area for your game, it's going to be like one of the worst areas, poorly just slopped together in the entire game. Unfortunate, but such things happen. Such things happen, man. Demon Fire Sage, again, copy and paste. Like, it is the Asylum Demon, right? With magic, again. And it's also just like the variant underneath. So like everything here is copied and pasted, and it's just terrible. But because it is just the same as the Asylum, I'm going to just nip it below the Asylum Demon and not really say much else. Bit of Chaos. Bit of Chaos is it worse than Dragon God? That is the question, because it is terrible. Especially even on my friggin' 20th playthrough, there are just times where it's like, oh, did you get lucky? Oh, I guess not. I guess you're gonna have to, spawn again. And it's, oh my god, it's got one of the worst mechanics of, all right, you've gotten all the way to the left, now you better die, so then you can come back from the start. It's so bad, bro. It's so bad. Oh, dude, is it worse than? Oh, I think it actually might be. Honest to God, at least. Dragon God has other things going on. Bed of Chaos is just a nightmare. It expects you to die to continue the boss fight. It's so whack. Sorry guys, just give me 2 seconds. Sorry. 1 moment. Well. Oh my. What were we talking about? How cringe and terrible Bit of Chaos is. Yeah, look, probably the worst fight, not only in Dark Souls 1, but potentially in all the games. It is difficult for me to because Dragon God is so miserable and so tacky. But then so is Bed of Chaos. They are both equally miserable fights. And I feel like at least with Dragon God, it is a quicker, you can get back into the fight easier and quicker than Bed of Chaos. Even with all the shortcuts. So yeah, I'm gonna, Bed of Chaos. Absolute cringe nonsense. So Stray Demon. So basically the Demon Fire Sage proper. I'm going to slip above Asylum. Yeah. Because again, it is just Asylum, except with a couple extra attacks. AoE explosion. Once you got Asylum Demon down pat, it's, barely have to even really think about it. Pinwheel, don't really hate Pinwheel. I don't think it's a bad fight. It is intentionally, easy, not great. It is also a mark of a bad run if Pinwheel kills you. It does happen. Don't worry. But you can also get a pretty good mask dropped from it if you're lucky. If you're a lucky boy or gal or anything in between. It is a little bit cringe in the fact that it is a small arena and it creates clones of itself that will murk you if you don't kill them immediately. But again, the thing with Pinwheel, you attack them straight away and it's basically GG's. So I don't really think I can rank him much higher than that. Let's just see, just for all the Dark Souls fans out there. What bosses I think are worse than Pinwheel, because that'll be fun. So Gwendolyn, Fool's Idol, Iron Golem, Moonlight Butterfly, Adjudicator, Tower Knight, True King Allant, Armor Spider, Leechmonger, Centipede Demon, Ceaseless Discharge, Dirty Colossus, Dragon God, and Better Chaos are all worse than Pinwheel, for anyone who thinks Pinwheel's the worst boss in the game. Gravelord Nito, King of Death and Pestilence. It is an annoying fight, I will grant you that, because, you got the skeletons, it has its, reach its bloody scythy, clawy thing through the ground. Thankfully, again, once you know the timing of the scream, you can dodge it pretty much every time. It also has a very annoying, huge AoE attack, when it spills the bloody pestilence death on the ground, but thankfully they allow Gravelord Nito to also damage and kill the skeletons, which once you utilize that fact, and the skeletons will only aggro on you depending on, how far into the boss room you get to. So if you're good at dodging its scream, scythe thingy, you can kind of draw Nito and just one or two skeletons over, making the fight pretty much a piece of piss. You get up behind him, smack his bloody skeleton dark cloak thing, knock him down, crit him a couple times, and then, it's pretty much GG's. But I do like the fight. I think it is a fun fight. Skeletons aside, scream attack aside, it is a bit of a bitch to get back to the fight every time. You have to deal with 10,000 baby skeletons, but, it's cool. And, of course, all the pinwheels that are bloody sniping you. But, it's chill. I like it. I think, actually... Ooh, actually... I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, that'll do. Cool. Sweet. Oh, the big cheese, guys. Gwyn. So, basically, Gwyn, if you are good at parrying, this is one of the easiest fights in the game. If not, it is fun. But it is not, for the final boss of the game, it is not very difficult at all, to be completely honest with you. I actually think the run to Gwyn, going through fighting all the black armor knights? It's the black, right? Or the silver? I'm just trying to think of the kiln area. Anyway, fighting all those knights, just the idea as well of his his loyal knights, protecting the kill and everything. I love all that kind of stuff. But then the fight proper is bro swings his sword, you dodge, you hit him. He swings his sword, you dodge, you hit him. He swings his sword, you parry, you kill him. Not the most, actually, I was gonna say not the most exciting fight, but he does get plus points because his song, the Plink 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 song, is baller. I mean, it is basic as all hell, but it is fantastic. It is so good the theme is utilized multiple times in future games. So I'll give him a few plus points for the OST. I will definitely do that just for him. So we're into the Dark Souls 1 DLC bosses. Sanctuary Guardian. Basically, when you get into the DLC, you cannot play the DLC unless you can defeat the Sanctuary Guardian. Which I think is a good fight. It is a lot, quicker. Again, because it's the DLC stuff, it is a lot quicker than a lot of the fights that you're used to in Dark Souls 1 especially. I'm not fond of the amount of ranged attacks it often does. Like, it feels like the second you get too far away from him, he just starts blitzing you, and that's a little bit annoying. But I think it is a good fight. So we'll sit him here for now. I'm just looking over the other options we have to see where he could sit. And one of the things as well that I'd like to point out, Dark Souls 1 DLC, I've played twice. Alright? Twice. So I am not super, familiar. Like Calumet, I've killed once. Right? Like that was a one-time thing. I was only keen to do that one time. But Sanctuary Guardian, like I think it's because it's like it's showing the progression of the Dark Souls 1 bosses. As soon as you step into the DLC, he takes a little bit more hits. He's a lot quicker than a lot of the other bosses, and the way it telegraphs its moves also is a lot quicker. So you have to be a little bit more onto it, and it's good prep for the DLC because the DLC is a bit tougher than the base game. So I think I'm going to sit Sanctuary Guardian just below Storm King for me. I don't know about Joel, but that's where he's going to sit for moi. Artorias, sit him next to his boy. So Artorias is either going to be at the top of good or within amazing. I'm just trying to, because Maiden Estrella, what really boosts her is her OST and the whole idea and the lore and the story, not so much the fight itself. Ornstein and Smo is kind of the other way round, where the fight itself is so stellar. Like, the music's fine, lore, whatever, it is what it is. But the fight itself is so good. Artorias, I feel, is actually perfect mix of both. I've talked myself into it, guys. I've done it. So it's a perfect mix of both. The fight itself is good fun, but then also the lore and the story and look, again, anything Berserk, anything where it's like you are, it looks like you're this dark, horrid knight or soldier, like the black swordsman and stuff like that. But one thing that I, again, love is that he is there to stop the spread of the abyss and to stop things, and he's been warped over time due to the corruption and the exposure to the abyss and stuff like that. And still, though, even though he's warped and he's bloodthirsty and all of that, he still fights to not allow the abyss to seep out, which I think is fantastic. Such a great, that's one of my favorite kind of character-y kind of things if you ever go down that path. I think Artorias is gangster. His story is gangster. The character is gangster. The fight is fantastic. The music's fine, The music's just whatever. Let me just get rid of these bloody alerts. There we go. Yeah, Artorias, I feel the fight sits just beneath Ornstein and Smo. Because, the fight, it is what it is. He's got 5 moves, But it has so many other elements that bolster it for me. Again, just the story, the character, the lore, all of that stuff's fantastic. I wish I could sit him next to his little puppy dog, but Artorias, middle of amazing. Manus. Manus, yeah, he's pretty tough. I'm not gonna lie. He's a pretty tough fight. But I'll tell you what, it's one of the few times where I have very much enjoyed unlocking the NPC summon, which is Sif, and getting him in to help. I quite like bringing Sif into the Manus fight. Not only for the obvious distraction, but just like you're here, Sif, you're gonna avenge Artorias, and you're gonna take down Manus, the Manus. Fight-wise, so tough. Like, it's like Calumet, where it's like your timing has to be so good. You have to have a lot of DPS, to get him down without bashing your head against a brick wall. The run to the fight is no problem. Like running through the abyss, once you've got the path down pat, you can pretty much just sprint to the fight. No problems, no issues. And the fight itself is very difficult. It's a decent fight. I'm not going to say it's a great fight. It's a good boss fight. Yeah, I think he's going to sit here for me. Oh, Manus. Like, I definitely prefer Artorias as a boss fight, and like just everything around it. Manus, it just it feels like you're just fighting a big monkey man that shoots bloody abyss balls at you, But it's still good. Calumet is a asshole, a real asshole, and even just getting to the fight and being able to fight him is a bit of an ask, but he is a decent fight for a big old dragon in Dark Souls 1. It's pretty good. It's pretty impressive. So I'm going to sit him just above the Sanctuary Garden. Again, unfortunately, I've only fought or beaten him once, and then once I did it one time, I never saw the need to ever do it again. It's one of those. It's like some of these other ones, like Old King Allant, where it's like, I basically did it once or twice, and, that's gone from me memory banks, or at least it wasn't overly memorable for me. Not saying that it was a bad fight, it's just I did it so little in comparison to some of these other fights. Calumet, it's cool, I like going to the giant to get him to shoot him down. I think that's cool. I help anytime. But yeah, I did it once, and I had felt no need to ever experience that again. Stop! Why you keep doing that, man? Freaking loser, bro. Okay. So, we have done Demon's Souls. We have done Dark Souls 1. So, at the top, at the moment, Ornstein and Smo, Artorias, Made in Australia. Amazing. Each for their own very different reasons. And then we'll skip all of that shit and go to Terrible Ceaseless Discharge, Terrible Dirty Colossus, Miserably Cringe, Horrendous Design, Icky Picky Poo, Dragon God. Ugh, cringe, man. What were they thinking? What were they smoking? Bed of Chaos? Bro! The worst. Goodness me. And it is nice. We're sharing the love. We've got 2 Dark Souls 1, 2 Demon Souls, and Terrible. I think that's fair, right? Equality and such. Now we are on to... Oh man, we got a lot to go. We are on to Dark Souls 2. So, as mentioned at the start of the stream, was my first Dark Souls game, ever. And it was so good that I had to play every game before it. So I played Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. And then, I've pretty much pre-ordered and played on release every single Fromsoft game that came after. So whilst Dark Souls 2 is looked at as the worst of them, again, you're comparing them to 9s out of 10s and 10 out of 10 games. A lot of people, definitely have it at the bottom of their list, but it holds a special place for me personally. Just because, had I not played it, had I not gone through it, and had it not actually been good, I would have never been a bloody Fromsoftware addict. All right. But again, it's one of those things where you're comparing a pretty darn good game to pretty amazing games. Last Giant. So, I was just talking Dark Souls 2 up, and then we've got Last Giant. So, he's got an anus face. I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to judge the giants for their anus faces. It's a design decision. It's memorable. It's something. I'm sure he doesn't think he has an anus face. I think he probably thinks he's a very handsome lad. And, I do quite like the fact that, when you get into half health, he tears his, arm off and uses his arm as a weapon. That's always quite cool. The fight, though, like most giant fights in these games, it is run up to his feet, hit the left foot a few times, move to the right foot, hit the right foot a few times, move to the left foot, rinse and repeat until it's dead, because, he just slowly lumbers around and stomps with one foot and then stomps with the other, and it's not the most exciting fight. I think it's pretty shit, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's just kind of bottom of average. It is what it is, You don't have an asylum demon or anything like that. This is really kind of like your first proper boss, and it's just this easy. It doesn't give you the Fromsoftware slap in the face punishment. It's just like an easy pushover boss. Is what it is. Pursuer. I'm sure we all know all of the Pursuer cheeses, not only the ones they provide you with the massive crossbow machines that you can blat him with, but then also just running out to that big concrete pad where he spawns before you fight him, and then running back and he just dies instantly. A little bit, what? And then you beat him. Oh, and then you go to the Lost Bastion, Bastion, I believe. And then you open a chest, and off there he is, 5 seconds later. Literally, you bet him, and then 5 seconds later, he's there again, and you have to fight him again. It's what? I get it, because of the character, but I just bet you, brother. Why are you spawning in so early? Would have been better if it was halfway through the game and then you fought him again. Like he pursued you throughout the game and got stronger or something. I don't know. Pretty annoying. And then if you try and fight him normally, it's just you stick to his side, roll, and then hit, roll, and then hit, roll, and then hit. It's nothing incredible, Yeah, I'm just gonna have to slip him there. Just kind of lower, middle, average. What can you do, Pursuer? What can you do? You're a bit of a cringe lord, but that's all right. And then, as I said, you can just run into his boss arena, stand in front of the bloody crossbows, dodge, run to the crossbow, and then shoot him. And then it's oh, GG's. Okay. All right. Speaking of run to a spot and then move and then you instantly win, Dragon Rider, bro, just bad. Dragon Rider is just bad. I've fought him once, that's it. One time I fought him, and then every other time I just cheese him because it is the easiest cheese out of any of the games. And, when you have the Pursuer and then that, it is quite cringe. Quite cringe. Too many cheeses too quickly back to back. I don't like it. Is there even... there's not even anything interesting about him, Or them, because we fight more later. It's just a knight, right? It's just like a guy. Oh, delicious. Delicious water. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, my goodness. What is this? Let me quickly check this message, y'all. Okay. Fantabulous. Yeah, pretty shit. Yeah, no, better than True King. Not as good as Tower Knight. Yikes. Old oh my god, these are I know I was talking up Dark Souls 2 before, but yeah, some of these bosses, like, again, it's like, oh look, it's Ornstein, and then it's like, no, actually, it's just a guy that's wearing his armor. Isn't that cool? No. No, man, it's not cool. It's so shit. And again, it's just like a rehash copy, and it's no bueno, man. It's definitely better than like these fellas, though. I'd say just slightly better than Pursuer, because maybe. I mean, the Pursuer feels like it has a little bit more going. No, it doesn't. I'm just thinking about the Pursuer fight. It really doesn't feel like it has much going for it. Like, he has like feels like 2 or 3 moves, yeah, and they're so easy to dodge. It's pretty unfortunate. All right. Yeah, old Dragon Slayer is just very cringe. Flexile Sentry, however, is not very cringe at all. I quite like Flexile Sentry, especially the idea of it, right? So you've got the two bodies. So yes, you can of course stick to its side, as you do with most bosses and enemies in these games. Stick to its side and you can generally win. I like the idea. You've got the 2 different bodies, one kind of attacking on each side, so you can't just run to its back and like kite it around in circles. And then the added thing of the boss arena, the boat slowly filling with water, slowing you down, making you not be able to roll and dodge as easily. So it's like a time-based fight and like a DPS check at the same time, which I don't like for Four Kings, but I do quite like for Flexile Sentry. I'll just put that out there, right? Just simply because Flexile Sentry is pretty easy, right? Like, and it's an early boss. It's a DPS check early on. It's not very difficult. And it's just like a better idea for me, because instead of it just literally being a straight up DPS check, it's like a time-based DPS check. And even when the arena is like filled with water, you can still fight. You can still do something. It is just like 10 trillion times harder to do much of anything at all. Cool. Let me just gonna nip onto me old spaceman for a moment while I check something on the interwebs. Bear with me. Bear with me. Doo-doo-dee. Oh, shit. Average view percentage, 183.9%. Thanks to whoever has watched that one video 10 trillion times. All right, let's jump straight back in. Let's jump straight back into this goddamn tier list, y'all. Yeah. Pretty okay. Pretty whatever. Pretty, Ruin Sentinels. Also, don't really mind this fight. I do not mind the idea of you have this very small area to stick in to fight them basically one by one if you can. And if you can like solidly dodge their attacks and stay on the small platform, then the boss fight is simple. Simple. The second you jump down from there and you're fighting 2v1 or sometimes 3v1 if you're incredibly unlucky and slow, then it becomes obviously incredibly difficult. So again, it's another, DPS check kind of, but it has so many more elements of just, well, I hope you can do it in time, else it's GG's. Even if you're 3v1ing, you can still come out on top if you're like an absolute G at the game. I quite actually like Ruined Sentinels. I don't mind them at all. I think I might actually nip them just above Flexile, just above Old Monk, and just above Old King Alant. Isn't that crazy? But no, I don't mind the old Ruined Sentinels. I think they're quite fun. Quite a fun little boss. This ain't fun, though. The Belfry Gargoyles, my goodness. Hey, have you ever wanted to fight 57 trillion bosses at once? Isn't that fun? Oh, God, isn't that just great? No, it is not. So above Moonlit, because, you're always doing things, because you've got 7 quintillion enemies to deal with at one time, but not a good boss. Not a good boss fight, y'all, in my most humble of opinions. Not great. Not terrible, but not great. Not even average. Pretty shit, actually. And just that whole area, the whole Belfry area is so bad. Like, I don't know. Again, I don't know what they were smoking when they came up with that idea. Not good, though. Not great. Lost Sinner. Cool fight. Like, it is like a straight up fight. I like it. I think it's good. And I love the added element of, if you just rush the fight, you can't lock on, because it's quite dark, so you can't lock on. He has to be quite close for you to be able to lock on. Or if you spend the time unlocking those gates and setting those fires, the fight becomes much easier because, you can lock on from quite a distance. I quite like the fight. I'm going to slip him above Man-Eaters. I think it's good. He's got a katana. And it's fun. I don't understand who he is, what his lore is, or anything. But, and I think the run back to the fight is absolutely miserable. My God, it is terrible. Especially the water. It just slows you down. Like, yikes. What are you going to do? I just have to wade through the water and hope I don't get slammed. Haha, tee-hee. Maybe that's why he's a sinner. He kept getting slammed in the water. Yeah, it's just a good fight. A good straight-up fight with a fun little extra mechanic. If you want to spend the time doing that, which is always fun, always cool. Let me zoom out here so you guys can get a bit of a look at the stage so far. This is gonna make people spew. Like, whenever I put some of these Dark Souls 2 bosses way above a lot of these other ones, but hey, as I said, it's my opinion, Skeleton Lords, pretty shit. And by shit, I just mean it's just very, very easy. I'm sorry, it is just a bunch of skeletons, and then the lords themselves, or the necromancers, or whomever they are, pretty much like pushovers. Once you've gotten there, once you've killed a bunch of skeletons before, it's pretty straightforward. I would nip Skeleton Lords. Maybe. Just because definitely. Yeah, actually, I'm going to move these around a smidgen. because you are just a lame copy and paste, and then I'm going to put you above the lame copy and paste. Yeah, look, Skeleton Lords, it is what it is, right? Like, it is just a bunch of skeletons and a couple magic guys. The most difficult element of the fight is you have the wheel skeletons, which are always annoying. Like, sorry, that's probably the most frustrating enemy in the game. Because, yeah, like, sometimes, like, there's just nothing you can do, especially, my god, right before old, this is, of course, in Dark Souls 1, right before, why am I blanking on his name? Where are you, Death Man? Deathy Boy. Nito. Pretty easy name to remember, dumbass. Like, the lead up to his fight, all of those wheel skeletons are just straight cancer. Oh my god. At least in the Skeleton Lords with Dark Souls 2, there's like a couple of them, and you know, you can quite easily dodge out of the way, kill a bunch of the skeletons, throw the alluring skull or whatever it is in Dark Souls 2, and then it's pretty much GG's, right? Not a very difficult fight, and any form of DPS check that it may be is very, very easy. But certainly not a bad fight, so I'll stick him in average for now. Oh, and drink some delicious agua. Oh my. Executioner's Chariot. I guess the one frustration with this, not only the run back to the fight across that goddamn bridge every time with the whippy boys, but then also having to run through the goddamn bloody track, the big circle arena, and then having to shut the gate, like having to do that if you die over and over and over again is a little bit stupid. It is an interesting concept. I don't think the execution was that great. The fight itself is pretty good, though. I mean, I don't mind the actual fight once you get to it. It's the getting to it part that is pretty crap. Maybe, yeah. Because, yeah, again, look, I'll nip him there, because, again, look, the fight itself, not bad. I don't mind it. It's just everything around it. Getting to it. Starting it. Ugh. It's just time wasting, when just, give me the bloody fog wall, let me walk in and fight the boss, especially when it's like you dodged 1 millisecond too late, and it's like, well, I better do all of this shit again. All right, here we go. That's never fun, right? Covetous Demon. Oh, look, I mean, we all know that this is like one of the easiest fights, and it is intentionally very easy, so it can't really get huge negative points for being like a basic boss. Soon after this, you have the, does she have a name? Mitha. Shortly after that, you have that fight, so it's not like, you go through the entire bloody area and then the Covetous Demon is the end boss to fight. It's just the guy in the road to get to the actual fight, right? Definitely, like, at least Last Giant, there's something going on. You have to, like, remember more than one move. It might be bad, though. Because it is so basic, right? So easy. So unnecessarily easy, too, right? Ooh, this is rough. He's either going to be there or here. Maybe even here. But yeah, like, that's the thing, right? Can I, much like with Pinwheel, can I really negatively rank it when it's intentionally super straightforward? Like, does that necessarily make it bad? He'll sit at the bottom of average for now. We can obviously change things whenever, but Yeah, look, I'm not going to give him too many negative points because at the end of the day, it is like intentionally, like True King is intentionally just like a little goober man for you to run through. Mitha, fun fight. I like the arena being like surrounded by poison, so it kind of forces you into the middle of the fight. Some annoying Medusa-esque stuff for sure. But it's also not very difficult, right? I feel once you've got her very few moves down pat, it becomes quite a straightforward fight. Do I prefer it over the Gaping Dragon? Just for the memes. Yeah, we'll keep it there. We'll keep it there for now. She, much like Quelaag, is not too bad to look at, Especially with the missing head, Everybody says that's the worst part of the ladies. Am I right, fellas? Oh, clearly joking. Don't cancel me, please. Oh, God. Oh, God. Smelter Demon. Not bad. Probably a funner fight than the old Iron King. And he's just like the boss on the way. Old Iron King is a little bit, a little bit tropey. Oh, he can only hit me when me hand's hovering over here, teehee. So Smelter Demon, not too shabby of a fight, I must say. I would even say it's like the bottom of good. It's a decent challenge. He deals a good amount of damage and he takes a lot of hits as well. It's one of those things. Dark Souls 2. He has a small handful of moves. I love how he pulls his sword out of his bloody smelted flaming chest and it sets it on fire. That's cool, right, guys? I'll nip Smelter at the bottom of good. I'll fight you over that, Old Iron King, though, I mean, pretty shit. Pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. Old Iron King, pretty bad, right? He's standing in lava. You're on a small platform. And all it is you bait out an attack, and then you run around the corner, and then you run back, and you blitty blat his hand, and then you rinse and repeat. It's not, it's not that great. It's not a very good fight, right? So I'm going to nip him in bed. Just under our trans princess, Gwendolyn. Najka, bro, I mean, maybe top of bed, maybe bottom of average. Najka, it's like, they wanted to like recreate Quelaag without really understanding why everybody liked Quelaag. It not once zooms in on her tarties. Like, what's the point? Bro, what's the point of having a boss like that if you don't zoom in on the tartars, man? Najka, come on. I do like the, you go to the, I can't remember his name, go to like the male version and get him to fight with you. That's cool. But yeah, Najka, not too hot on, to be fair. And then it's just like the thing, she goes into the sand and then you have to just run onto the one little stone piece. Or you just, you get good with your dodges, of course. But yeah, you just run over to the stone and then it's like, oh, yahoo. And then I run back and I hit you a few times. Yeah, not great. Not great. Especially when the inspiration is so obvious and it doesn't even come close to the original inspiration. All right, we have the Royal Rat Authority. Holy shit, what a terrible boss, right? Like, oh yes, let us spawn 200 rats, and I'm gonna need you to find the rat with a mohawk. Okay? Really? Really? You run around the goddamn room and it spawns a bunch of rats, and then you look for the rat with the mohawk while all the other rats are attacking you, and then you blitz the rat with the mohawk, and then it's GG, right? I am not a fan at all. My goodness. So bad. So bad. What do we have underneath that? Armor Spider. I think I'm going to move Armor Spider up here. Yeah, that's looking a little bit better. Yeah, Royal Rat Authority, super shit. Like, unbelievably bad. Again, it's one of those things, I don't know what they're smoking. Speaking of I don't know what they were smoking, the Prowling Magus and the Congregation, right? Pretty shit. Pretty bad. I'll put them above Old Iron King because at least, oh my gosh, at the very least, you can run in and just blitz them. It's half the issue with the fight is that it is so easy and straightforward. Like, it's just mobs. And then the Magus is like weak AF as well. So he's no problem. Or she, I don't know what the Magus is. Or the Magus. Yeah, pretty miserable fight, and it's just like it feels like just a little time waster, and it's like Pinwheel, right? Like if you die to the Congregation, you just need to quit FromSoft games forever. That's just the reality. That's the rules. That's the contract you sign when you download and play these games. Sozzy, if you die to the Congregation, you have to uninstall, and you don't get a refund. Simple as that. Yeah, and the thing is, right, is like I can't be like Covetous Demon with it, because Covetous Demon, it is like part of its character is it's this lazy slug, right? Like it doesn't want to. It's a big fat lazy, gluttonous sloth demon, right? It works. Whereas Prowling Magus and the Congregation, yeah, the Congregation, they're just people, right? It's chill. But then at least the Magus could be strong. It could be like a powerful void magic or abyss magic user, or just magic user in general, but no, it's just a super duper pushover, in my opinion. Duke's Dear Freya, not fond of spiders myself, and this fight is kind of lame. You got a whole bunch of spiders twiddling about, and then it just basically stands in place. It just like stands in place, and yeah, you just run around, smack its face, and then yeah, it's GG's. It's so, because I'm looking at where I've put Armor Spider. It's just so bad though, and you, yeah, Duke's Dear Freya. I don't know about that. Like it is a pretty bad fight. It is not the worst, though. Yeah, I think we'll sit him. I think we'll sit the Spider Boy there. Duke, your Freya is not as bad as some. All right, it's pretty bad, but there's much worse. Okay, so be proud. Be proud of your dear Freya. Okay. Royal Rat Cringe Lord. Oh my god. Pretty rough. We're just getting back to back shit boss fights now. It's Dark Souls 2. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Royal Rat Vanguard, really bad. Like just annoyingly bad. It is a big boss with like a miserable hitbox, and it just jumps around. It is so frustrating. But it isn't stupid. It isn't mechanic heavy like some of these other ones here. I'm just gonna sit it just above Royal Rat Authority, because like Royal Rat Authority is just like a frustration. It's just annoying. Whereas Royal Rat Vanguard, it's like at least you just you get rid of the little rat bastards around it, and you just kind of 1v. You just baiting out particular attacks and fighting it. Where Royal Rat sometimes is just like the cringest shit. It just like surrounds itself with his little rat comrades, and then it's just like, yeah, oh, I'll just wait. I'll wait for the herd to thin out and pray. Like, that's really all I can do. Uh-oh. The Rotten. Okay, so aside from the fact that it has like 3 moves, and it's very easy to fight, I really quite like the design and the idea of the boss. So I'm going to set him an average. I've fought him so many times at this point. Probably better than Old Dragon Slayer. Seath the traitorous piece of shit. Maybe not above him. Just looking at the others that are here. Ooh, Executioner's Chariot. I think I'm going to have to move down. Down. Yeah. I think that's like middle of average for the Rotten. Again, it's a super basic fight. Getting to him is so annoying. The statues that shoot the poison darts is like the worst thing ever. In like any Dark Souls game. I'm not certain what they were thinking when they implemented that. And then, of course, the fact that, you know, if you want to play it safe, if you're struggling with the Rotten, like it's your first playthrough or something, having to, you know, maybe you don't have what's it called? The thing that turns things from statue to normal, so you can get the other bonfire. And like you just like slowly walk down, like destroying the bloody stone statues, so then you don't get poisoned, so you don't use any of your healing and blah 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 blah. And then it's funny, you comprare that to like your 50th time doing this area, and you're just running around, just sprint past everything, and then run straight to the boss. Right? It's always fun. That's the Fromsoft way, though, right? You spend 50 million years going through the areas and finding the boss and doing that, and then, you know, you're like, oh, I'll do that again, and I'll kill all the enemies on the way, and then you die to the boss again. And it's like, all right, I'm going to ignore literally everything and just run straight to the boss fight, which is usually just how you should play these games in general. Be confident. Run past the bloody riffraff. You know, don't even concern yourself with such things. Just get to the bosses and have some fun, yeah? But yeah, the Rotten's alright. I like the design. Again, the design of like the just like all these bodies just kind of amalgamating into this this one creature. It's quite cool. Twin Dragon Riders. The single Dragon Rider is very bad because you can just like cheese it without even thinking about it. You can cheese it. Twin Dragon Riders is annoying. You know, you've got the one that's shooting at you, and then you've got another one that's, you know, up in your business. But at least it is a proper fight. You know, at least it is an actual boss fight. For the twins, I think I'm going to. What do we have here? I'm going to set the twins just below Vanguard. So I've got Demon Fire Sage. I'm going to have to put Demon Fires all the way to the bottom, right? Because, again, it's just a shitty copy and paste from that loser. Yeah, we'll sit the Twin Dragon Riders just above and just below Asylum Demon. There we go. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice, guys? Starting to come together, y'all. Gee willikers. We're still on Dark Souls 2. We've got Dark Souls 3, we've got Bloodborne, we've got Sekiro, we've got Elden Ring. My goodness. We've got a lot of bosses to talk about. But we're definitely making our way through. Alright. The Looking Glass Knight. Okay, so Looking Glass Knight, I don't know about you guys, but I think The Looking Glass Knight is really quite good. Not only is it a fun fight, in my opinion, I think it is such a great idea that it spawns in other players for you to fight. Obviously, if there's no other players there, it'll spawn in NPCs, or if you're offline, it'll spawn in NPCs. But yeah, it's a cool fight. It's a really cool design for an enemy and a boss as well. It's reasonably challenging. It's not like it's just got like 2 moves that you have to remember. It's got a little bit more than that going on. The boss arena is very cool. And again, as I said, the idea of pulling other players into the boss fight is always going to give you plus points for me. Just because it's such a neat little idea, It's so neat. All right. The frog. Demon of Song. A little bit annoying. The hitbox is a little bit shit. Obviously, you have to wait around for him to pop his ugly little face out so you can actually hit it. Otherwise, you just have to kind of dodge and run around and wait for it to expose itself. So I think it's an average one. It's nothing terrible. I think would probably consider him or her. And it's beautiful singing voice as well. I mean, we have to give it plus points for that. Absolute magical singing voice the Demon of Song has. So I think I'm going to sit him quite high in the averages. I think he's better than Capra's Classic. But I do actually think he's... I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do that. So, yeah, I'm going to set him... like high average, because I personally, there's a few annoyances with it, but I quite like the fight. It's annoying. He bounces around and, oftentimes you can't hit him, but, unlike some of the other ones where I take issue with the fact that you can't hit or do damage to the enemy, that's often because you're just standing, waiting, doing nothing for something to happen. Whereas at least with the Demon of Song, you're always moving around, dodging its attacks, doing that sort of thing. So I don't mind. And as I say, it's got such a beautiful voice, Velstad. Or Velstad. So right before the king, or the king's corpse, walking around with his big old blade. Not bad. Old bellman ringing his bell, ringing his little dingalinga. Cool fight. Yeah, it is a fight. It's very reminded me of the Penetrator a little bit, just in regards to like the arena and the setup and blah blah blah, and he's protecting his king and quite like the fight. I think it's fair, and he has a few moves to memorize, and he deals some pretty good damage as well. Might sit him, above Flexile and Ruin. But below Sanctuary. So we'll sit him here. We'll sit him in the middle of good. I think it's a good fight. I quite like it. And I like the lore and the idea, guarding his undead king as he just, walks around in circles. I think it's quite cool. I like it. It's not bad, yeah? The Bellman ain't too bad. And speaking of the king, we got Vendrick the King. Funny little thing about old Vendrick, again, because I don't look up guides or anything when I do my first playthroughs of these games. I had no idea that, the souls that you've been getting that gives you basically your currency to buy things and level up. These giant souls that you've been finding, that you've been scouring to the edges of the earth to find. You better not use those ones, though. Otherwise, this Vendrick fight is going to take 10 trillion goddamn years. So, of course, I had no idea that one had anything to do with the other, and thought it was absolute nonsense when I first tried to fight him, because, oh my god, he had so much health, or at least I was dealing bugger all damage. Then, of course, contrast that with when you have all the giant souls, he is a pushover, right? Because you deal full damage, and he is just a slow, lumbering bloody dude. So even when, you don't have the giant souls and you're doing like 0.01 damage to him, it is possible. He does a bit of damage, but he is slow, right? But, what a hassle. And yeah, what a thing to try and figure out, right? Oh, yeah, again, these things that you pop to give you currency. Yeah, better not pop these ones. So look, I'm going to sit him at the bottom of average, because he is also barely a boss fight, in my opinion. He's just kind of around, and it's just something that you have to kind of deal with. You have to kind of do. But yeah, I thought that was so troll the first time I read that. Like, because obviously once you've done your blind playthroughs, you want to see everything you missed, right? So when you look that up and go, like, it was so maybe unfair. Because again, how are you supposed to know that the thing that gives you money, that you're so used to popping to buy things, like, no, don't do those ones, they're special. Oh, okay. And to the point that some of them at least are so bloody difficult to find and get. Ugh. Annoying. But yeah, barely a boss fight in my opinion. He's there and you have to deal with him, right? So, bottom of average. Not much else we can say. Guardian Dragon, not the greatest dragon fight. Better than Dragon God, of course. Definitely a good fight. I might nip it above these guys. Yeah. Yeah, just below the Rotten, right? It's just not a very good dragon fight. Like, again, you're in the cage, and all you're really doing is, oh, he's flying in the air, I better run away, because he's going to do a fire attack, or he's going to fly to the other side of the cage, so I just need to run to the other side. Yeah, it's not great, right? Not the most exciting dragon fight, but it is a dragon fight. You know, it is cool. He is flying around, he is doing his thing. But yeah, there's definitely much better dragon fights out there, right? Let me just check this for one moment. Why aren't you? Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Why don't you change your thing? Oh, because I'm holding it upside down like a fool. Like a gosh darn fool. Yep. Cool. Sweet. Yep, beautiful. Alrighty, tighty. So, whom or whomst is next? Alright. We have ancient. Oh god, ancient dragon. So obviously you don't have to fight and kill this guy because he has, well, a lot of HP and can, like, nuke the arena. And, you know, depending on how much HP or if you've got a lot of armor, he can quite easily one-shot you. What a prick of a fight, right? Thankfully, again, it is no expectation that you have to do it. But, yeah, pretty bullshit. It just feels like, you know, when they designed the character, they're like, well, we don't actually want you guys to kill it, so we're going to make him impossible. Not impossible, just bullshit, right? Like, I've seen people kill it with a bloody broken straight sword over, like, 45 minutes, right? So not bullshit, but just, yeah, pretty nonsense. But he is an ancient dragon, right? Sif never got to, Sith never got to him, right? The traitor. But yeah, because, you know, it's kind of bullshit. I'm actually going to nip him at the top of bad, just because I do think if we are comparing to actual boss fights, it is bad. It is a bad fight. Again, it is no expectation for you to actually kill it. And God, just getting to it as well. It's so... you do all of this shit to get to it, and he's just like, here you go. Here's what you wanted. Here you go. It's like, oh man, I did all of this, and like, that's the payoff. Here you go. Just take it and leave me. Like, oh, bro. Alright. If you say so, Ancient Dragon. Ancient Dragon Man! Oh, wow. it all comes together. Giant Lord, this is an example of a not so good time-based thing, because, you need to kind of get in there and do your thing before the memory starts to fade. He is a pushover boss. Again, it is Last Giant, except with a little bit more HP and a big club. But again, the fight is you just run up to his feet, like all giant creatures in these Dark Souls games, or most of them, right? If they're on 2 feet, you just run up to one foot, hit it a few times, go to the other foot, because it will stomp, and then you hit that foot a few times, and then you rinse it, and you go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and that's not fun. That's not exciting. I'll nip him just above Last Giant, because it is slightly better. The whole sequence, the giants fighting, like going to war and shit like that. That's cool. That's cool in the background and stuff, but the fight itself is pretty bad. Dark Lurker. I have fought this guy once. Yeah, one time. So I can't really rank this one properly. I barely remember it, actually. Dark Lurker. Because it's the one that splits into 2, right? But yeah, it's just so unnecessary that I think I fought it once. And yeah, I think I found it annoying and then just never tried it again. So yeah, I can't really. I found him annoying, so I stopped. Right. So maybe if I just slip him at the top of average, maybe we'll leave him there for now, because yeah, again, it's not like it was a bad fight. It was just like you get to the point with some of these games, especially on your like 20th, 50th run through, where you just don't touch many of the bosses. And Dark Lurker is most assuredly one of those whenever I do a Dark Souls 2 run through. Alright. Actually, I feel bad. I'm going to put Priscilla above Dark Lurker, because she's a little queen, little princess. Oh, I see him. My my PTSD. My first proper Dark Souls boss experience. We're getting close to him. And we'll talk about him. Throne Watcher and Defender, miserable last boss fight, right? Like, let's be honest. Oh, we can do Ornstein and Schmo, except, you know what? If you don't kill them quick enough, I'm just gonna heal the other one and you're gonna have to do it again. Like, oh, piss off with that shit, man. That's pretty stink. Maybe top of bad, because it is at least a fun-ish fight. But it is pretty bad, right? Especially for, like, again, if you're not doing Scholar of the First Sin, for basically, like, the second to last boss in Dark Souls 2 is Throne Watcher and Defender. Really? Ornstein and Smo was in the middle of the game. Like, what are y'all smoking? Oh, no bueno. And this Nashandra, again, if you're not playing goddamn Scholar of the First Sin, what a miserable final boss. Oh, what a miserable final boss, man. And then just she spawns those bloody little thangies. Ugh. That you have to run through. Otherwise you'll just like insta-die. So cringe, man. So bad. And like, it's also, this is Dark Souls. Like, why do you have this character that's like, aha! You see, it was me all along. I was the villain, and aha, I tricked you to do what I... This is Dark Souls, bro. I don't care about any of that shit. I just want a good fight. I want a good challenging experience. I don't give a shit. Like, oh, no. Oh, I let Nasandra into the kill. Oh, like, who gives a shit, man? This is Dark Souls. I don't care about any of that. And then, of course, Eldir, the third boss, if you are playing the Scholar of the First Sin edition, which again is like all 3 of them absolute misery bosses, man. I'm going to switch these around. I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do this. I think this Chandra is definitely the worst of them. Throne Watcher and Defender is annoying, but, you know, you can get some fun out of it. Aldia, bruh. I will just spawn in the center of the room, and I hope you don't run over and kill me, bro. And then I'm going to disappear into the ground and then just spawn over it. Dude, shit. Such a bad fight. No bueno, man. And then you got 3 boss fights at the end of the game. All 3 of them are terrible. Oh, dear. Very cringe. Ilana, which I believe is in the Rotti Biscotti DLC, Underground, where you fight the Rotti dragon, which I think is Sin. Elena, she spawns enemies to fight, if I remember correctly, which is not bad. I don't mind that. She summons Valstad, doesn't she? If I remember correctly. Yeah. Yes. Cool. Yeah, not bad. I mean, I don't particularly mind the fight itself, and like I do like the idea that she's doing her magic and shit, but she's not potentially she's not necessarily doing like max damage or can tank a lot, but she can just spawn in all these enemies that you have to kind of deal with, or at least keep in your line of sight while you ignore them. I think it's quite fun. Yeah. Definitely above 4 Kings for me. Yeah, I'll chuck you there. Kind of middle of the line, average for Ilana. Because she's just got a few things going on, Sin, cool dragon fight, toxic dragon, or poison dragon. I quite like it. He flies around and, does some annoying things, but, probably one of the better examples of an early dragon fight. I'll put it next to Calamite. Again, Calamite's hard for me to rank because I fought him once and never wanted to fight him again. Sin, however, I wouldn't mind fighting many more times. So we'll keep those 2 boys together in the good section. Grave Robber, Varg, and Kera. So like the bloody what is it? Gank squad that just like absolutely gank you 3v1. Always fun, especially when it's 3 NPCs. Ugh. And then you've also got the what's his name? The armor here. I'm blanking on his name. Old heavy boy with the big dragon tooth. Anyway, you guys know who I'm talking about. And it's the thing like with the old Dragon Knight where it's like, oh, is that? Oh, no, it's just someone wearing his armor. No, it's not. Remember this guy, but actually not this guy. It's just a guy that's wearing his shirt. Remember? Yeah. Not the best, right? I think I'll pop them around the Skeleton Lords, maybe just under the Skeleton, because yeah, it's literally just a gank squad, and it's 3 NPCs. Not great. Not a great time at all. And probably one of the like worst examples of like an NPC fight or NPC bosses, in my opinion. At least with some of the other games, like you can kind of kite them about and keep them in your line of sight and take them out pretty easily with especially if they're lacking poise. But that's killing me. I'm going to be thinking of this who this gosh darn person's name is this whole time. What's your name? It's on the tip of my tongue. I'm thinking of the ring. I'm thinking of his ring, and it's got... Oh, not that ring, guys. Come on, y'all. That's going to absolutely murder my brain, not being able to remember his name. Okay, here we have 2 back-to-back absolute G's. So Fume Knight and Cerulean for two very different reasons. First, Fume Knight, right? Dark Souls 2 DLC. Now this is very personal opinion of mine. Look at that. Look at that. I'm not trolling either. Okay, so Fume Knight was the first example for me. Again, as I said, Dark Souls 2 was my first game of Fromsoftware that I'd ever played. Fume Knight was like the Dark Souls experience for me. I'd spent a lot of time going through the game. Again, I wasn't looking up guides or anything, so I was just going through. There were many bosses that were pretty difficult, but I smashed my way through them. Fume Knight, however, took me days, literal days to beat. Not only due to the difficulty of the fight itself, but mainly because, I'm not necessarily a completionist, but I like to see everything as I'm doing it, see what is out there. I don't want to miss anything. So, when you get those rods, and, of course I had no clue at the time that you're meant to, basically keep 4 of them. The Fume Knight has these 4 little areas in his boss room that heal him if he gets close to them, but if you use the rods on them, they go away. However, if you go through the DLC and you want to see and find everything that you can, you're going to use pretty much all of those rods. So the fight with the Fume Knight that I experienced, that took me 2.5 days, was 2 of those healing locations were there, and there was nothing I could do about it. And it was the hook for me for Dark Souls. Because, I nothing, and this is for all the games, everybody that plays Fromsoftware games knows this and understands this, that when you bash your head constantly, sometimes for hours, sometimes for days, against a boss or a location, when you finally complete it, and you complete it because you have gotten, you understand the boss so well that you just blitz him because you've bashed your head against a wall so often that you know every move, that you know everything, every telegraph. What an incomparable feeling and experience when it comes to video games, right? There are games that give you that when you finish them, when you finally complete them or whatever, but you can get this time after time after time when you struggle against these bosses, because one of the things I love about Fromsoftware games is, again, 9 times out of 10, when you die, it's your fault, and it's not the game being unfair. It's simply because you didn't dodge at the right time, or you didn't learn the moveset of the enemy or the boss, or where the traps are, etc., etc. Fume Knight was, for me, the start of that, where, there were, as I said, there were some struggles with some bosses, but it wasn't anything like Fume Knight, where I had to learn every move. I had to kite him properly so he wouldn't heal, because there were so many times where I'd get him to a few hits away, and he'd do his jump back, and he'd jump right into the healing, and it's oh, I gotta do this all again, baby. Oh, right? Loved that, because that was just the added challenge, right? An already difficult fight. So for me, personally, Fume Knight holds such a special place, because I that was the first time I experienced that with a boss, and I feel that was a lot of people's maybe Ornstein and Smo feeling, right? Where, especially if you didn't play Demon Souls or anything, and again, Dark Souls 2 was my first game. So if you hadn't played Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 was your first experience, and you're kind of rocking through the game, and you get to Ornstein and Smo, and it is just a brick wall that you bash your head against for hours and hours or days, and then you finally get it, and just the feeling that when you finally achieve it, it's like nothing else, especially in a game. especially in a game. You can have a game that's got a great story, great characters, all these twists and turns and everything, but even those payoffs, in my opinion, don't even come close to finally achieving your goal or finally beating a particular boss. And for me, Fume Knight, that was my first experience with that. And yeah, had I not had that experience, I feel like, maybe I wouldn't be such a Fromsoftware addict, because I finally understood why people adore and love these games beyond the fact that it's fun and challenging. Like that particular feeling that the games can give you, no other games can give you that. It's great. It's fantastic. Alrighty. So, another boss that I absolutely adore for reasonably different reasons, Siralon. So that was like it wasn't a overly difficult fight. Yes, it took me a while, it took me many tries, but it wasn't like again like Fume Knight where it took me like literally two to 2.5 days to complete. Siralon was like maybe a handful of attempts, but it was such a thing of, the timing of the attacks and the fluidity of the fight was so much fun. And then, like learning about the how he plays Sudoku, and of course learning Siralon's backstory in regards to the Iron King and all that sort of stuff is obviously super cool. But the fight itself and the boss arena in that room with that gorgeous like sunset in the background, great. The music, great. And yeah, I absolutely adore that if you no-hit him, he just offs himself, because he's like, bro, my honor, what is wrong with you? Oh, love it. Love Siralon. Love his fight. Love everything about it. Blue Smelter Demon. Look, I'm just going to nip blue next to normal, because I think they're equally fine. Equally fine and equally fun. And I'll just put Smelter Demon above, just because, I like red over blue. What can I say? What can I say, eh? Ava. Now, this isn't... Let me just remind myself. Right, this is the 1, not the 2. Yeah, because that's Lud and Zelen, right? Ava. Ava's not terrible. It's pretty shit, though. It's pretty bad. And look, I'm actually going to chuck these both up here, because I think they're both pretty miserable. Especially like the invisibility and stuff like that. It's so miserable. Not fun. Not fun fights. A lot of this DLC for me wasn't that great. But there is one part of the DLC that I absolutely loved, and that's the Burnt Ivory King. And he is going to nip straight up, not to amazing, but straight up to the top of good. I don't know about y'all, but I loved the idea of going around and freeing his loyal knights, who will then fight him with you to like put an end to his like misery and suffering and what he's doing and because he's been corrupted and blah 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 blah, all of that shit. Love that. And again, it's when you have little things like that in a game like this, where you only see that like once, it's quite special. I think it's quite good, quite cool. It's a fun fight. Obviously, the more of his boys you bring in, the easier it becomes. But yeah, I think it's a super solid fight. Much like many of like the main bosses, again, Fume Knight, you got Siralon, and Burnt Ivory King. Many of these like core bosses from the Dark Souls 2 DLCs are stellar, like the best bosses in the game. No real surprise there, right? Because I'm quite certain that's when Miyazaki came back to help the Dark Souls 2 team. All right, we've got Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring left. What I'll do, give me like a few minutes. We'll have a quick break, because I was going to split these up into potentially 2 streams, but just like we've only done 3 hours, and I think I can get through these within another, say, 2 or 3 hours. So give me a small break, as I said, maybe a few minutes, 5 minutes maximum, and I shall return. I'm just going to pop me Space Ghoul on. Because again, I'm not going to put, I won't put the Be Right Back video on, because I'm not going to be that long, I don't think. But I'll be back. Give me a small break. BRB skis. All right. All righty, Katie. Okay, let us continue on. Let's have a quick look here. There we go. There we go, darling. All right. Oh, she's packing up. Look at that. She's packing up for sure. All righty. Okay, on to Bloodborne. Well, oh well. Equal to, and you know, this might be a bit of a A bit of a hot take, but I think Bloodborne is equal to Sekiro for the best FromSoft game ever made. I think Sekiro gets not enough love. I think Sekiro is probably the best game they've ever made. Better than Dark Souls 1, better than Elden Ring, sorry. And then Bloodborne is just equal to that. They both sit at the forefront. I know probably many people disagree with that, but that is my opinion. So, Cleric Beast. Now, let's be completely frank and beans here, yeah, with some of these Bloodborne bosses. Many of them are going to get a huge score increase, even just due to the fact of, their OSTs, right, their music. Cleric Beast, what a gosh darn track. And frankly, I think a great first, proper boss fight in Bloodborne. It's one of those. It really reminded me of Demon's Souls in the fact of the Phalanx. If you have fireballs, easy peasy. Cleric Beast. If you have Molotov cocktails, easy peasy. It hates fire. You throw a cocktail onto it, it screams, and you run up and hit it, and then rinse and repeat. Done. However, if you try and fight it proper and you have the threaded cane, GG. Soz, but that's pretty much GG's for y'all. Cleric Beast, yeah, look, I'm again, just prepare yourself for pretty much all of the Bloodborne bosses to be ranked good or higher. I'm just gonna make you be prepared for that, okay? Cleric Beast, awesome. Fantastic fight. Fantastic music, great design, again, great entry boss for Bloodborne. I'm going to put him next to Quelaag because he is, or she, is a G. Gascoigne, amazing music. I mean, what can I say? Love his transformation. Beasts all over the shop. Awesome character, awesome boss fights. He's a hunter, and you fight him like a hunter, and then he transforms into a big beast. It's oh my god, is that going to be my fate here while I'm born into the blood? My god. Gascoigne, gonna put just under Gwyn. Great fight, love him. Look, this is again. This is going to be a lot of Bloodborne. Love this guy. Great music. Yeah, good. Bloodstarved Beast. Okay, so Bloodstarved Beast, I'm going to put at the top of average, just because it is okay. Great design, obviously, the flayed skin of these wolf creatures that you've been fighting. And it is funny because at this point in the game, one of those wolves is quite frightening. They can be when they've got full health and you're a little low level little baby boy. It's interesting how it toxics you. Whatever you when you're close to it, but again, if you got fire, if you got Molotovs, it's all good. Witches of Hemwick, potentially the lowest ranked Bloodborne boss we shall see. Witches of Hemwick is, it's you run around the boss, you find the invisible lady, you hit her a few times, she teleports, and then you do it again and again and again and again. It's not the best. It's not the best fight. It's probably one of the weaker fights in Bloodborne. I would rank it in average, and I would rank it here, I think, just above Skeleton Lords. I need to drop Twin Dragon Riders down to here. Yeah, that'll do. It's just okay. It spawns in one of the most annoying enemies as well. And then, yeah, the fact that there's two of them and they're invisible and you're just running around looking for a little bit of visual clue as to where it is. Not great. Not the best fight. Vicar Amelia, great fight. I hate the fact that she can heal, of course. I think most people do. Love the fight, though. Love the enemy. Love the design. Again, it's Bloodborne is just like tops for me. So nothing there. Good old Vicar. She's so hot right now. Shadows of Yharnam, some people dislike. I actually love the Shadows of Yharnam fight. Love how, like, as you're dealing damage to them, they get stronger and stronger and stronger until there's just one left, and they're like the most OP version of themselves, and they have completely different movesets depending on which one you take out first, etc., etc. I think there's a lot going on with it, and I think it's actually, even though it's a 1v3, I think it's actually a very fair and fun fight. Like, you get the odd annoyance with some of the ranged abilities, but in all honesty, it really doesn't bother me. I quite like the design and the idea around the entire fight. I think it's bloody awesome, mate. Rom, the Vectuous Spider, is kind of lame. Not the best. This big open plane, and it teleports and does crazy magic and summons in the most annoying spiders in any FromSoft game ever. Please just let me hit you in the face. That's all I want to do with spiders, and it never allows me, because goddamn face is made of bloody stone, mate. Goddamn it. So Rom, look, I'm not going to say he's bad. Rom's not bad. She, he, give me eyes. But Rom could certainly be a lot better, let's be frank. I'll nip him definitely above Executioner. Yeah, maybe just below, just above Guardian Dragon, maybe. Because, not the greatest fight, I'll be honest. Those spider enemies are super duper annoying. So, Dark Beast Pal, I actually had a huge amount of issues with my first playthrough. I don't know why. He's like a reasonably early boss. He's not the hardest thing in the world, but my goodness, my gosh, those zippity zappity electric attacks, man. So friggin' annoying. I don't think one time I've enjoyed fighting Dark Beast Pal, I'll be honest with you. I think he's better than Witches, though. Is he better than Rom? Yeah, I think he's better than Rom. Like, let's be fair. I always, for some reason, always had difficulty with him. And yeah, I'm not too certain why. That's all right. The One Reborn, as I said when I was talking about the, what's his name? The Tower Knight. The One Reborn is very similar. You spawn in and you got to go around and kill all the witches that are shooting fireballs at you, and then you got to go down and actually do the fight. But, as I said when I was talking about the Tower Knight, at least with the One Reborn, it is an actual fight. It is not, go smack it on the toe, and then it will fall over, and you can hit it in the head. No, it's like an actual fight. It's got the laborious step of running around, having to kill all of the witches shooting fire. But after that, it is a pretty straightforward, reasonably easy fight. Like, all of its moves are incredibly telegraphed, so it's not entirely difficult to dodge. Amygdala, great fight. Especially you get the build up from Patches being like, "Oh, my lord is so good, darling, so good. You don't even know the first of it, my darling." And then he gets murked. So funny. I get like much like Last Giant, I love the fact that, when you deal enough damage to it, it starts like raging and it tears one of its arms off and uses that as a weapon. That's always very cool. I prefer Cleric Beast over Amygdala for the music, and Vicar Amelia for a multitude of things. But Amygdala's pretty cool. We've got Mater Logarius. Pretty weak fight in like a pretty weak area in Bloodborne, in my humble opinion. I think I actually would prefer to fight Rom over this guy, and it just is what it is. Like Lagarius, like the magic and stuff is super annoying. I'm not super hot on, as I said before, like the whole area. It's just a little bit like I like the what's her name, the Queen lady. Like that's cool. Especially like when you do the storyline with the bro that bloody minces her up into pieces. But yeah, Canehurst, that's what it's called. I've never been huge on that, and yeah, Martyr Lagarius is certainly not high on my list there, so I might nip him under Rom, or maybe between Rom. Nah, I'm gonna put him under Rom. As annoying as Rom is, at least I never have too much difficulty with him. It's just an annoyance more than anything. Mikolash, I mean, come on, guys. It's Mikolash. You chase him. It's like probably the most miserable Bloodborne fight, just in the fact of like what's the fight? You chase him around, then deal damage, and then he zip-zaps away, and then you chase him around, and then he one-shots you, and you have to do it all again. Oh, yeah, yahoo, yay, pretty miserable, right? Like, that whole section, it's just time wasting. The whole section, there's no yes, there's, even when you know the way to get him to go into that room, sometimes his pathing just breaks it, and it just doesn't work. And it's like, okay, gotta waste more time running around these bloody puppets. And then, again, as I say, you can do all of that. You can get him down to half health. You can get him to the final area, and then he just can one-shot you with his goddamn magic. And then you have to do it all over again. Terrible. Probably the worst fight in Bloodborne, now that I think about it. Living Failures. Right. Great song. Like one of the best. And when I say one of the best, that's like equal to 10 different tracks. But excellent track. Fun. Oh, wait. Am I thinking of a different one? Hold on. Because Living Failures is the DLC one, right? And then Celestial Emissary is just the single. Or no, is Celestial... Oh, no, I mean, I guess the way that it's working here, Celestial... Right, okay. So, I take that back. It's Celestial Emissary, just going off this, that has, like, the incredible song attributed to it. So, Living Failures... Great name for a boss. Where's he gone? And yeah, it's just like sneaky. He's a little fella and then he turns into a big fella. And it's like, oh, wow. Wow, would you look at that? Not overly difficult, though. I'll put above Dark Beast, I think. No, maybe just below. Because, yeah, these little alien gobloid dudes are kind of, nothing crazy there. Ibrietos is a funny one. I know many people that struggled with Ibrietos quite a bit. I better on my second try on my first playthrough. I don't know why. That is just the Dark Souls thing, right? Like, there are some bosses that you can wipe the floor with that other people struggle with. And then there are bosses that you will struggle with that other people find super easy. Don't know what it is, just is what it is. Ibrietos, never found overly difficult, but love the fight, love the lore, love the area, love the design. Like, there is a lot to love with the fight. Yeah, I think I'm going to put maybe Civ just above Ibrietos. Murgo's Wet Nurse is not the best quote-unquote final fight. I know it's like technically the third to last minus DLC, but for the last fight, it's pretty lame. Not lame, easy. I think, is a better word for Margot's wet nurse. Cool boss, though. I mean, again, so these things are cool design, cool boss arena, cool idea, but it is also, there are just, the times where she turns the screen dark and is zipping around, and all you got to do is just run around and roll and then go back into it and just grind her up. She's pretty easy. Definitely not bad, though. It's not like the Dark Souls 2 ones where it's like, what? That's it? So, where'd you go? Margot. I think just above Living Failures, I think, with Margot. Let's have a look at Seath. I need to put Seath down a bit. Like that. Oh, wait. What am I doing? No, Murgo, you can sit up in good. I thought we were in good. My, oh my. Maybe slip Margot here. I think that's a good spot for little Mergo's wetty nursey Percy. Queen Yarnum. Am I tripping? What fight is this? Queen Yarnum. Wait. Because you see her after the Rom fight. You've got Murgo's wet nurse. But then you can just go... Can't you just go straight to the dream? Wait. Queen Yarnum? What? How... Why am I... What? Hold on. Let me... Hold on. Let me look this shit up. I mean, I know she's a character and an NPC. Let me look this up. Oh, it's a Chalice dungeon boss. Why is she here? If she's a goddamn Chalice dungeon boss. What? What? Okay, I mean, no wonder. Like, I was tripping. I thought, like, have I been missing something this whole time? What? No, it's a Chalice dungeon. I've never fought this boss before. I mean, I barely did the Chalice dungeons, Wasn't exactly my thing. Alright, well, that clears that up. Queen Yarnum, I literally didn't even know you were a boss, so I don't think it's fair that I rank you, girl. Sorry, babes. I'm gonna maybe just leave her down there. Can I move them? Oh, I can. She can go after Bale. There you go. Bale the Dreed. Alright, German. Oh, bro. The Last Hunter. If you want to talk about OSTs. Oh, my God. What a OST The Last Hunter is. Soundtrack, score, whatever you want to call it. Amazing. So good, in fact. He sits right there. Love the fight. Love everything about it. Love the build up to it. The wheelchair, his dreams or his nightmares that you hear. Love the fact that he's only doing this because he wants to ensure you wake up because you've done your job, and it is his curse and his responsibility to continue in the hunter's dream. Love it, bro. Love it. Because again, it's not the final boss fight here, unless of course you've got the all the umbilical cords for the moon presence. Like, this is the final fight, is so sick. Because it's not, you're not trying to defeat this big monster to rekindle the flame, or you're not defeating a dragon. You're defeating like the guy that's been like your mentor, quote unquote, and he's only trying to kill you because he doesn't want you to be here. Like, he understands how horrific this entire thing is, and as he says, it's his cross to bear, it's his curse, and he's not going to allow you to take that mantle because his lore and his backstory perfectly paints this picture of this type of character. It's so good. And the song, oh my god, I still listen to it every other day, and it has been years, and I still listen to that shit. It is so sick. So good. And then the second phase builds in with the choir and everything. It's so good. So good. I adore the fight. I absolutely adore it. Moon Presence, another killer song, man. It's only a few minutes. It's super like basic, quote unquote, but it is so good. So good. Fight wise, it's okay. It's not the craziest fight. I'm gonna nip it just above Erbrietos. Yeah, I think that's a good spot. Moon Presence is fun. It's cool to unlock that particular boss at the end. A little bit extra to do, Go the ending where you become basically the Moon Presence, or you evolve into like a new great old one, quote unquote. But yeah, man, that German fight is so good. And the music is, so good. Speaking of Ludwig, baby. Like, the song, so good. The fight, so good. The design, so good. And he's got the Moonlight Greatsword, bro. What more can one truly ask for, in my opinion, in my most humble of opinions? And again, all the build up with the lore and the story for his character, and then when you beat him, like he asks you about how his order is doing, and then you can just be like, bro, they're all dead, you suck. It's like, oh, dude, love it. It's so good. Make sure to drink some water, guys. It's good for you. All right. So good. I'm going to say again, like I warned you, this is going to be a Bloodborne. A lot of the Bloodborne is going to be, so good. Oh, the music. OMG. But that's just the reality, I'm afraid, y'all. Celestial Emissary, not the greatest fight, but the song, holy crap, is so goddamn good. Celestial Emissaries... I'm going to put, I think, just here for me, personally. Because, again, it's not the best fight. They kind of just spawn in when you kill them. And then they do the let's destroy half the arena magic attack. Hope you hide behind the sunflower, y'all. But the music is, so good. So good. Like, it gets so many plus points, literally, because of the music. That's it. That's all you got. That's all you got to do for me. Lady Maria. I mean, let's be frank and beans here, guys. Let's get her up here, man. Lady Maria. Ooh. Yeah, I think Lady Maria is pretty amazing. Music-wise, again, it's just like perfect music, perfect fight, perfect boss arena, perfect move sets. They really are showing off at this point. What you're going to start getting in like Dark Souls and Sekiro, like moving forward, the quickness of the fighting, the grandness of the attacks, so good. And she's pretty hot for a corpse, if you know what I'm talking about. Orphan of Kos. Oh man, I mean, it's just hit after hit after hit. What a perfect mix of a fantastic boss fight. The difficulty is perfect because it is a bitch of a fight. He has pretty tough moves. He deals a lot of damage. He takes a lot of hits. But man, it is once you get into the flow of it, once you know his moves, it is such a spectacle of a fight. It's so good. And he's just a poor little baby. Aw, poor little baby. Gotta feel bad for him, you know? Lawrence, it's a bit of a rehash of the Cleric Beast, of course. But this one, you can cut in half. And my oh my, does the fight become very fun when he is cut in half. And the music, again, it is like a rehash, but a change of the Cleric Beast theme, which is like kind of one of the core themes of Bloodborne. But, such a good theme as well. Again, it's similar, but it's different. And I think it's bloody genius. I think, yeah, it's bloody freaking genius. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Dark Souls 3 already? My goodness. My goodness, my golly. Look at this. It's starting to come together, y'all. Oh my gosh, my goodness. Look. Look at it. Alright. Dark Souls 3. Eodix Gundyr. Great starting fight. I quite like it. I think it's very fair. And if you're good at parrying, it is like nothing. It is so easy. Me personally, not that great at parrying. So I think it's a really solid fight though. I think it's definitely a good one. I'm going to sit it right above these guys. Kind of the lower scale of the good ranking. I think it's a good spot for old Eodix. Or Eat a Dick. Eat a Dick Gundyr. Haha. Vort. I mean, like one of the best songs in Dark Souls 3. Fight is very fun. Like, I get hype whenever it goes, ha, 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 ha. You know what I'm talking about? He's zipping and zapping, and you're dodging, and it's going, ha, 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 ha. I think Vort is very good. I think he is just below Manus the Anus. For me, at least. Yeah. I think that's a good spot for him. Ooh, what we'll do is we'll do this, actually, and we'll do this. Actually, yeah. I think that's a good little spot for old Vort. The watchdog of the Boreal Valley. Oh my. Cursed Rotted Greatwood, a little bit of a tacky fight. There's only the few spots you can hit him, and there's limited amounts. The amount of times, oh my god, that like you seemingly run out of spots to hit him, and you're just there running around his massive ass for hours and hours looking for a thing to bloody smack so you can deal some kind of damage to him. Yeah, kind of not great, but still a pretty good fight. As I say, a little bit tacky though. So I'm going to nip you just there. Above witches. I think it's a good spot for old Curse Rotted Greatwood. Crystal Sage, as I said before with the other kinds of characters like this, like the False Idol and Pinwheel, it is always frustrating when it just spawns copies of itself. But at least with the Crystal Sage, there you can see by the color of the magic it's using whether or not it's the real one, so you can very quickly figure out which is which and take them out, but it is a pretty basic fight. I probably prefer Curse Rotted over it, actually. Still better than Witches of Hemswick, though. Oh, Deacons of the Deep. So Deacons of the Deep, it is what it is. You know, it's not a very good fight in my opinion. Kind of annoying because like you get some cleave and you just wreck them, and like as the second they start doing hex stuff, you just attack a couple of the tall ones and they just like nothing happens. It's so not great actually. I think I might bad him. Deacons of the Deep, guys. Sorry. I think I have to do it. Abyss Watchers, though. Gah. What an entirely different type. Abyss Watchers, I think, is absolutely brilliant. Love... Like, again, I love they are forever, like, fighting against each other, and you enter, and you start fighting one, and then another spawns, and you have to fight two, and you're like, oh my god, how am I going to do this, WTF skis, and then a third one spawns in, and you're like, I'm toast, man, why am I even playing this game, and then the third one, like, helps you out as long as you don't hit it, and it's like, oh, ooge, and they're having, like, a scrap, it's so sick, and then, yeah, when you get to the second phase, and it kind of, kindles itself using the other bodies. It's so... Oh, love it. I love it, Abyss Watchers. I think it's fantastic. And it's like the added thing of Artorias, but like as a group of knights or warriors, instead of just like a single hero or a single knight. I think it's quite good. I think it's quite good. Wolnir... pretty bad. Worse than Deacons of the Deep. Pretty annoying. Very tacky. You just hit its bloody bangles. Like, and then that's it. GG's. And just pray it doesn't move up when you're down there, and then you get, like, insta-killed by the gas, right? Like, not a great fight. And unfortunately, a necessary one, so it's like, ugh, yikes. Have to do that shit every time. Okay, I guess. Oh, I just lost him. Where'd he go? Oh, there you are, Pontiff. Pontiff Sullivan, I really like Pontiff Sullivan. Like, I know some people think he's pretty bullshit, but I really like the Echo thing. I think it's a really cool fight. Love the dual swords or dual blades. Many things I like the arena. I even just like the idea of the character. This like Pontiff, who basically like took control using the pontificate to take over from the like royal god family. Pretty great. Where would I nip him here? I think he is there. Or maybe like that. Sorry. Maybe like that. I think. Old Pontiff Sullivan. Yeah. Just like that, y'all. Eldritch. The consumer of gods. So Eldritch, he's rocking around. He nibbles up old, what's his face? I'm just looking for the name. It's here somewhere. It's around. I'm blanking a lot of these names because I'm dealing with so many. So yeah, he's eating up old Gwendolyn, poor boy, /girl, /they, /it, /illusion, /magic, /not real, /real, /whatever the law wants to decide. Yeah, he's nubbled up old Gwendolyn, and, well, somehow managed to make the fight so much better, funner, and easier because it's not in a long-ass hallway, and it doesn't, it pops away, but it's like at 5 feet, right? So you just run over and keep hitting it. You go to the base of its bloody, abdomen, quote-unquote, whatever that is, and it can, never hit you. Pretty straightforward fight. Decent difficulty, though. It's nothing too crazy. I've lost him again. What the fuck? There's too many goddamn names, goddamn you. Where'd you go, Cotton Eye Joe? Where'd you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Scooby-Dooby-Doo-Doo, there you are. Eldritch, consumer of cringe. So, Eldritch, the fight, it's okay, you know? It's not that great, actually. I'm not going to lie. It's just okay. Again, it's better than the Gwendolyn fight, because, as mentioned, there's not nearly as much bullshit going on. But it is, like, you know, it's one of, like, the Lord Soul Vessel things, right? And it's pretty easy fight, unfortunately. So I might nip old Eldritch, consumer of memes. Actually, right here. Right there. There you go. There you go. Eldritch, consumer of trans individuals. Gah, naughty boy. Gah, how terrible. Yorm, guys, Yorm, like, I'm not very huge on Yorm, simply because it's the... You know, the Onion Knight stuff is cool. The story with the character and all of that, it's cool. But again, the Yom fighters run in, grab the bloody Stormcaller or whatever it's called, and then just absolutely blitz him. Especially if you ever summon in the Onion Knight and then there is 2 Stormcallers. Bro is screwed. Like, it's not that great. It's not that fun either, kind of tacky. I think I'll, just for posterity's sake, chuck it just above the Witches of Hemslock, lol. Simply because it's definitely not as annoying as some of these other ones, and it would be a bit cringe if Yorm was below the Giant Lord and the Last Giant. That would be a little bit yikes. But yeah, look, Yorm very much middle of the road for me. But again, there's a lot of cool stuff going on with his story and the Onion Knight, as mentioned. But the fight proper is just run in, grab the sword, use it, and it's GG's, right? That's not that exciting for me. We've got the Dancer of the Boreal Valley. Great fight. I mean, super good fight. I love the Dancer fight. It's not an amazing rank. You know, it's not like up here with some of these guys, but it is so solid. I think that's actually a pretty good spot for it. I think just below Abyss Watchers, probably. Like, the Dancer, like, because obviously, like, the fight is so relevant to her namesake, right? Like, the Dancer, she's spinning around, she's doing all these fantastic moves. The music is okay. It's nothing, you know, it's not like Vort's bloody track, which is unreal. But it is like a fun boss fight, and it is reasonably challenging. And I do like the fact that, like, off rip, you can summon her in by killing that lady and getting that banner. And you can just, like, skip a lot of stuff. And, you know, that's what makes Dark Souls a pretty fun experience. There's many paths you can take, even when sometimes it feels quite linear. There's a lot more paths than you might think. And yeah, the Dancer is definitely an example of a well thought out and well executed boss fight. And, you know, she's pretty hot for someone that comes from a snowy place. You know, what can I say? Osiris. Why are you crying? Oh, my baby. Have you seen my baby? Bro, Osiris is crazy. Oh, and he throws his baby on the ground and, like, goes, dude, where's my baby? It's in your hand, my brother, and cry, where is he? Ocelot, where? Dude, cringe. Osiris, you're a wacky guy. How did you ever land that queen, my bro? You're cringe and crazy, but no, fun fight. I mean, you know, all jokes aside, pretty fun fight. Again, I just love the meme of, where's my bat? He's literally holding it, bro. And then he, like, tosses it onto the ground. He's like, oh, yeah, Ocelot. Decent fight. You know, nothing too crazy, though. And in my opinion, it is a little bit easy, especially for this part of the game. You know, you are quite far through the game at this point. And And yeah, ocelot. Oh, man. That's some tasty water, bro. Ah, let me tell you. Yeah, here's a bit of a meme. My baby. My son. What have you done with him? Osiris, you cringe lord. I'm gonna actually nip him just above. Ooh, no, definitely more enjoyable than Rom, right? Yeah. I'll nip him just above Rom. Because yeah, look, he is pretty pathetic for where you are in the game at that point. Champion Gundyr, cool fight, definitely cooler than the IDEX Gundyr. So I might nip him up here next to, just above. Actually, just above Valstad as well. I think Champion Gundyr is a really fun fight, especially because it is just his like true form. There's none of the tar nonsense that you can kind of cheese out with firebombs and stuff like that. It is just like a straight up scrap, and I think it's really cool. I think it's a really great little fight. Dragon Slayer armor, not so much. Sorry, not so much. The bloody spaghetti broccoli things in the background shooting icky, sticky nastiness at you. Not great. Not huge on that. The big F-off shield. Yeah, not huge. Not huge on that, really. I think it's just like again, a pretty average run-of-the-mill fight. I don't think there's anything overly exciting going on. Definitely a lot more fun than Rom, though. But I'll nip him just under Osiris, actually. Difficult fight. Like I'll certainly say it's not easy like Osiris. But yeah, it's just a little bit yikes. Like I don't know what is going on with the visuals in the background. It's a bit like, okay, great dragon warrior. No, okay. Oh. Twin Princes, man. Again, this is getting huge points purely because of the OST is so goddamn good. The Twin Princes song is so good. I listen to it all the time. And the fight proper is very fun. I have zero issues with... is it Lorien, the younger brother that heals? Or is it Lothric? No, wait, because Lothric is the older brother, right? Named sake for Lothric. Anyway, the brother that heals, like I've got zero issue with doing the fight, and then he comes in and heals, and you have to constantly kind of do that back and forth. I actually don't mind that at all, and there's never really been a time fighting the Twin Princes where I thought, oh, this is bullshit, or this attack is BS, or anything like that. Even the teleportation strike, because it's like you know, much like everything, it's very obviously telegraphed, right? So once you pick up on those things, it becomes a lot more of a fun experience, I'd say, for anyone that doesn't really like the Twin Prince fight. I'm gonna nip him above Vort, and I'm gonna move Magnus down. Sorry, Manus. It's not Magnus. I'm gonna move Manus down. Sorry, bud. Actually, I actually prefer Vort over Manus. Let's be Frankenbeans here. And then Amygdala, actually, I'm going to move down a bit as well. Under Vort, above Manus, Gascoigne, Cleric, Vicar, Quailag, Penetrator. Yeah, that's good. That's good, y'all. Alrighty, Twin Princes, I very much enjoy, not only just for the music, but the fight itself, I think is really fun. I think is really, really quite fun. Let's have a look here. Old Demon King. Cool fight, especially, you know, when you, like, knock his legs off, and he's just, like, crawling around the poor bugger. But a little bit of BS going on with his lava and stuff. And, I mean, kind of a pushover sometimes. Kind of a bit of a pushover. But cool design, cool idea. Yeah. I think just above Old Hero here. Within the average. Like top of average I think it's a good spot for him. Because he is just kind of there. He's just around, having a really bad time of it. You know, poor guy. Almost feel sorry for him, if I had a heart. But as evident in my latest video, I'm more heartless than ambitious. So, you know, whatever, man. What the frig ever, man. Ancient Wyvern. Oh, yeah, I nearly erased that from my mind. So not great, you know. Look, never fond of a boss that involves you just running through its level and then one-shotting it. That's not great, right? I've put some of these bosses down here for that very thing. So Ceaseless Discharge, especially, even though it's like a shit cheese, and Ancient Wyvern, that's actually what you're supposed to do. Oh, I'm not fond of that, man. Again, as I've said with some of these, give me a fog gate and let me 1v1 the boss. Make it fair, make it fun, and I'll have a good time. Anything else is just, you know, tacky and doesn't belong in these type of games, in my humble, ghoulish opinion. Yeah, pretty terrible. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Nameless King, however, pretty good. Right? Pretty good. Pretty fun. Good song. Great fights. 2 parts. You take out the dragon and then he's on the ground and he one-shots you and then you have to do it all over again. Ah! Yay! No, but I do very much like the Nameless King fight. I might nip it just beneath the Twin Princes, because I do prefer that a little bit more than the Nameless King. Nameless King's great, don't get me wrong, it's good fun. Soul of Cinder, the plink plink machine. Plink, plink, plonk. Really love it. I'm going to be honest, I really like the Soul of Cinder boss fight. I think it is so cool, the idea of just like all these different builds and classes, quote unquote, that have like linked or kindled the flame previous, and it just kind of jumps through all these different fighting styles, even down to bloody Gwyn, right? That's awesome. Love it. And then, yeah, when you're fighting and the song goes, oh, oh, and then the plink, plink, plink starts, it's like, oh, bro, my dreams, bro. How did you know? It's great. I love that. Love things like that, man. Huge points for things like that. For me, personally. Sister Freyd and Father Ariandel. I also freaking love this fight. I think this fight is fantastic. So good. I'm going to put them up here. I really like the fight. I really love the way it's structured as well. The 1v1 to the 2v1, back to the 1v1. I think it's fantastic. I think it's absolutely fantabulous. Especially a lot of the build-up throughout this DLC into this fight is so well done. The like mana burning down, or like on fire, I should say. All that stuff, the boss arena, the voice acting of bloody Father Ariandel. Flail! Bring me my flail! I see a flame flickering! Oh, love it. Like, that's so good. I don't know about you guys, but I love that shit. And yeah, I think the fight is super solid, and yeah, I like the idea that the NPC that's been like subtly or not so subtly warning you about things just ends up being like, all right, bro, I told you to go home, but here we are. You bloody unkindled are pretty cringe. Let me show you why. All right, and she's a good fight. Like, phase 2, when Father Ariandel joins, is probably like the weakest of the 3 phases. Love it. Love the fight. Love everything about it. Grave Tender's Great Wolf, though, is not that hype. NPC fight, which is easy as peasy weezies, and then the wolf comes in and just kind of ruins everything for me. I'll be honest. Like, the wolf is just annoying, and it's not overly difficult. It just feels like I run in, I bloody two-shot this cringe-ass NPC guy who shoves his little shield forward trying to parry me, and he's a little cringe lord. And then his wolfy friend comes in, and I'm just sitting here like, bro, Sif is just like 10 times better than you. What are you doing? You're being a little bit of a cringe lord here. I think if I pop him, think this is probably a good spot for him. Look, just above average for me. I'm not huge on the fight. I'm not huge on the arena. It is 10 times too big. And then like the run back to the fight is so lame. Like, literally, it's just around the corner. Like, I would much prefer a decent length run back, and, I've unlocked shortcuts to make it easier, then, no, the bonfire is literally right there, darling. Jump on in. Okay, cool. Why? All right, fine. Demon Prince, or Princes, to begin with. Cool fight. I really, again, I like the idea them bringing over with Ornstein and Smo, where depending on the demon that you kill first, depends on the version of the second phase that you get, each very unique abilities and fighting styles. Great song. Slightly annoying. Again, you've got two big boys that are rocking around. One with range. It can be quite frustrating sometimes when you're trying to focus one down. But still, I think it's a really great fight in general. So, ranking-wise, for the old Demon Prince, I don't know. Definitely sits in good. I don't think super high in good, though. Maybe here. Yes. I think middle of the road. Middle of the road good is good for the Demon Prince. Or Princes. Let me make sure I'm not mistaken. No, yeah. I think that's a good spot for it. I don't think... you can see that on screen, right? There we go. Another great excuse to zoom in on the Quelaag picture, boys. I got you, gentlemen. God. Okay. Shame if I do that. Shame, boys. Check out that sexy old monk, though. Oh my god. Yeah, Demon Prince is just okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with it, in my opinion. It's a fun fight. There's just obviously plenty of better ones out there. Half-Light, again. Big points for it being like a player v player PvP styled fight. Big points for that. Slightly negative points when it is just Half-Light himself and it's just an NPC fight and he keeps getting healed by the Painted Guardian. Oh my god. When you get into that loop, though, it is killer. So killer. Like, you're taking out the Painted Guardian or something, and then Half-Light staggers you, and then the Painted Guardian just nips on his knees and bloody says a little prayer, and then heals up. Like, that shit's so annoying. So annoying. But I do love the whole PvP element to it. So I might actually, just for the similar reason, put him next to Old Monk. Just for the similar reasons of like, yeah, it's a cool idea. I quite like it. It's not bad. So we've got, give it here, that thing, your dark soul. Gale, I mean, bro, talk about amazing goddamn music, amazing fight. Of course, the boss arena is 10 trillion miles long, which is, it is what it is. It's like the end of the world, I guess, or whatever. But yeah, Gale, his story, all of that, awesome. The fact that it becomes like the last fight in the DLCs, great. Love all that stuff. The fight itself, awesome. Super cinematic, super fun. A lot of great fun moves. And I'm going to nip him in amazing. because I think he's amazing. He's friggin' fantastic. Truly fantastic. Gale, great fight. Amazing fight, even. I hesitant to rate him higher than any of these other ones. Just because I think the general consensus with Gale is it is a great fight. It is a fun fight. It is super cinematic. The music is incredible. And I just felt like it was a cool way to end the Dark Souls 3 DLCs with that Slave Knight Gale fellow that we met so long ago with the first DLC, right? Anyway, Medea. I mean, God, Medea is fantastic. The best dragon fight so far in the Souls games. I had so much fun, so much fun fighting Medea. I'm gonna nip him there. Super fun boss fight. Great music, again, great. Like, and again, he's like behind basically like two illusionary walls. It's so great. Like, it's just, you could just not find him ever and never fight him if you never look up guides or anything like that, or you don't stumble across the path to his boss fight arena. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Super fun. Definitely high good. Not amazing, not masterpiece of course, but super good. I need to just give me like 5 minutes. I just need to quickly do something. I'm sorry. I know it's terrible. I know we're into bloody Sekiro and it's like, oh, but I want to know where Lady Butterfly sits. I'll tell you soon. Just bear with me. I'll be right back. I'll BRB even. I shan't be long, but give me a few minutes. Alright, I know you missed me, but I'm here. Don't y'all worry. Okay. Now, Sekiro. So, look, as I said before, for me, Sekiro is pretty on par with Bloodborne to be my favorite FromSoft game. I absolutely adore the reflect parry system in Sekiro. Turning it into like almost like a rhythm-based action RPG is so sick. I love the idea that most of the fights, if you get up into the enemy's face and you reflect and fight and scrap and blah blah blah, you are going to more often than not absolutely blitz them. And it's really about keeping you engaged in that fight, getting your timing down pat, and yeah, I adore Sekiro for that. It just kind of added, with the FromSoft touch, it added this very great extra detail to their wonderful game design and everything like that. So we are starting off with Lady Butterfly, which is a great fight. I don't know about y'all. I think Lady Butterfly is a fantastic fight. Again, like I love it teaching you the importance of your prosthetic attacks. When she's jumping around on her wires, you flick a bloody shuriken at her and it pops her down, and you can just absolutely ravish the butterfly lady. Ravage, I should say. With attacks, and then of course teaching you about Snapseed and stuff like that. I just think overall absolutely great boss, fun little boss, couple little cool mechanics going on with it. So I think for Lady Butterfly we will sit her just below Vort, in the middle of good. I think that's fair. I think she's a good boss. I think there are plenty of bosses here that are obviously much better. But yeah, I think middle of the road and good. It's a good spot for old Lady Butterfly. And then we have My Name is Gyobu Oniwa. If you ever play with the English dub, it is hilarious. It's okay. Like, it's a fun fight, don't get me wrong. Top of average for me. It's fun, but it is like a very easy kind of run-of-the-mill fight. It's almost like, it sounds a bit troll, but it's almost like your Vanguard, right? It's basically like, hey, or you're a Asylum Demon, right? He's like, hey, I'm here, and I'm reasonably easy to fight, but you're not allowed to play the game anymore unless you can beat me. And I know I'm not early on in the game, but my name is Gyobu. And you need to put some goddamn respect on that shit. And it's sad, when he dies, his horse is like, aw. Like, his horse is sad when he dies, and that's pretty sad to me, mate. That's pretty tragic. It makes me want to friggin' cry, mate. Genshiro, mate, including that's all phases during that fight, so that includes his lightning. Awesome fight. I mean, again, this is like the perfect teacher of the importance of the reflect or deflect system that they've incorporated. And like the lightning, getting struck but jumping and then slashing it back at him. Such a great mechanic. Super fun. I think sitting actually just above Nameless King for me, old Genshiro. Obviously, you fight him at the start. You either beat him, or he whips your ass, and then you lose your hand. But during this fight, yeah, it's really quite fun, and it gives you that, again, it's that FromSoft slap in the face where you finally get both of the little health bars down, and then he just becomes stronger and wants to continue fighting and gets another health bar, and it's like, oh my god. But then, yeah, teaching you that lightning mechanic is so cool. And I've, much like Bloodborne, I've got a bit of maybe like a soft spot for a lot of these bosses, right? Because I think Sekiro Shadows Die Twice is one of their best and has some of their best fights. So, is what it is, boys. Folding screen monkeys, kinda shit, though. You know, kinda shit. I do love me some Sekiro, but, oh man, them folding ass monkeys are pretty bad, yo. Like, look, even for me, even if I know the way to do it, it is quite a laborious and frustrating and annoying task. It takes a little bit too long. And sometimes it just goes down to like obviously, if you don't know, there are particular rooms to go to that will like deafen or blind or blah blah blah, so you can utilize that and take them out. But sometimes, you know, I find it's much easier to just sprint around loudly in circles and just hope and pray that I get lucky. That has helped me many times with the fight, which is super unfortunate. It's probably the weakest fight in the entire game, and it is like quite tacky as well. Oh, get this monkey by doing this, and then get that monkey by doing that, and oh my, don't forget to get the monkey that spawns in right behind you, yeah, otherwise you're fucking screwed, yeah. Like, yeah, not great. Not fun. Guardian Ape, though, now that is good fun. Guardian Ape is so good. Guardian Ape, for me, was like, the moment when you beat him, right? You beat him and you're like, man, what a great fight. That was so much fun. That took a little while. He was pretty difficult, but I finally got him. And then, like, there is a moment where it's like, wait a minute. And then he starts moving and gets up and he's headless and is, oh, what an incredible moment. I absolutely, like I was laughing my head off. Like enjoy when that happened, because it was such a great moment. Yeah, again, it's another Fromsoft slap in the face. Like, oh, baby boy, you thought you bit the boss. Aw, try harder next time. Ugh, love Guardian Ape, man. Super great fight, super great moment. For me, actually, I might have above Twins. Above Gas, above, yeah, just for that moment, honestly, I'm gonna nip Guardian Ape quite high here. Higher than Medea. Higher than Dancer. Yeah, right here. Top of good. Pretty close to the top of good, I should say. Loved the fight, and again, like it is a fun fight, but that added moment of that second health bar, and you thinking you've achieved your goal, just to be like, nah, you're only halfway there, son. And yeah, it gets quite difficult with the terror mechanic when it screams. You know, it's adds some extra elements to the fight. Look at this tier list, man. I do declare. All right, we're nearly there though. Like, you know, we are nearly there. Headless Ape. So for this, I'm going to just, because I don't think we have, yeah, we don't have. So yeah, this will be the second fight with the Headless Ape with its little ape mistress. Poor girl. God, they just want to breed, you know? God, they just need to continue the race of Headless Apes. It's okay. So here's the thing. The thing that raises Guardian Ape for me is that moment of that realization that you haven't won and you've got another bloody health bar to go, and it gets a little bit more difficult, and God, just the movements as well is so sick. The second time you fight him though, it's like, okay, and yes, he's got backup, he's got the ladies helping him out, shitting themselves and throwing their shit at you, but yeah, it's definitely not as hype as the first Guardian Ape experience, in my opinion. So this particular fight, I think I'm going to actually nip down to Actually, I might just do just above Valstad for the second Headless Ape fight. So lower half of good, but still good. It's just not quite as hype as mentioned as the first one. Fake Monk. It's funny, like, if there is a cheese that I can achieve, yes, I've played these games a lot, many, many times. But I'm also, I'm not a speed runner. I don't do challenge runs. I just play them because I enjoy them. If there is a cheese, like the fake monk cheese, that I can achieve without much thought, it's not great. It's not that great. Because, look, you put the bloody... when you flame up your sword and you do extra damage, the confetti, the something confetti, I'm just blanking on the name, and then you run up to it and you snap seed a bunch, and then you just take it out like without much thought. Kind of unfortunate, because it is a good fight. It is a fun fight. Its moveset and the way it like staggers out its hits is very fun. But I can't, unfortunately, chuck it in good because of the cheese. Again, the main thing is if it's a cheese that I can achieve, me, the media ghoul, then it's not that great because the cheese is too easy. So Fake Monk, I think, definitely kind of around here. And then I think I'm going to move Bell up here next to it. Yeah, like, it's just okay. Because, again, the cheese is just so easy. Again, you walk into it, you snap seed a bunch. Like, it's like, okay. You basically might as well not even have the fight, right? Great Shinobi Owl. Oof. What a bit of a brick wall daddy was, right? So when you go against, the Iron Code or whatever it is, and he starts crying. He's like, my boy... You don't want to kill the prince? Oh, like, bro. Shut the front door, bro. Great fight, though. Super fun. A lot of extra little elements going on, like the little thingy tosses so you can't heal and stuff like that. And, the way he jumps around, the way he uses his katana as well is very fun. Blocking his many, many attacks is always fun. Again, Sekiro is super fun. It just is what it is. Not much you can do about it. Where'd he go? This is the second time I've lost a honky very quickly. Oh, there's just too many. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, owl? Shit, I've actually lost him. Where did he go? Is he down an average? Oh my. He must be down here then, right? Oh, Cotton Eye Joe, where'd you come from? Where'd you go, bro? Where'd you come from? Broski, bro. There he is. So he's good. He's not amazing. He's not a masterpiece. That's fine. I'm shocked that I haven't chucked any masterpieces up there, but, things happen. So I think Great Shinobi Owl can just sit, just below Demon Prince, I think. Just above Lost Sinner. Yes, for my daddy. Bastard. So we've got Emma and Ishin, the fight. Now, here's something. I never ever, not once, not one time, have ever done this ending. I never, ever, not once have just gone against the prince and done the early finish. Because, I like to do everything if I can. So I have never ever fought Emma. I've fought Ishin, of course. But, potentially not this version of him. So I can't really rank him. I'm sure it's good and fun. So I'll nip them in the good section. But I unfortunately cannot rank Emma and Ishin properly. Because yeah, I don't know. I just it's never not once, not one time have I been like, yeah, I want to finish this game early and miss out on a huge amount of content. Like, I don't know. Corrupted Monk, very fun. Again, very cheesable by jumping up into the trees. But it is, at least takes a little bit more than running up and snap seeding 50 times. So I think Corrupted Monk will probably sit in good. Maybe just under Daddy. Just under Sekiro's Daddy, maybe. That might be a good spot for him. All right. Okay. So, Divine Dragon, right. Okay, so, it's not that great. It's really cinematic. It's definitely better than anything that's in Terrible. Yeah, it's unfortunately quite a tacky boss fight. Like, I like the idea of it, but yeah, it is just, you play basically jump rope, and then you run to the left, run to the right, jump on a tree that's about to get lightning struck, and then hit it. It's not very good. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty bad. It's definitely better than Wolnir, though. And I think it's more fun than the Folding Monkeys. Yeah, I think we'll have to sit it there, actually. It's bad. I'm sorry. Divine Dragon is bad. It's cinematic. It's cool to look at, but it is a pretty basic fight, unfortunately. Owl hunting down your daddy is always fun, especially if your daddy is a good fighter, then it makes it all the more fun. So Owl proper is like Great Shinobi, except has a couple more moves. But again, it's also not really my favorite fight in the slightest. Like, I prefer the centipede fight in Sekiro. I'd rather do that 50 times than do the either owl fights, if I can be honest with you. Just because, the centipede is so fun. The reflect timing on his attacks is so fun. But, owl is whatever. Like, great fights, but, in comparison to everything else going on in Sekiro, not that fun. Demon of Hatred is very much like a Dark Souls boss in Sekiro. You spend a lot more time, for me at least, sprinting and dodging than deflecting much of the time, which is fine. There's a couple bosses like Blazing Bull is like that as well. So it's not terrible. It's got a good song. It's just a little bit... again, I just, like Blazing Bull is fine, but I do much... Like, the only one, I think, the Guardian Ape is the only one that you're not running in and deflecting that I actually enjoy. Demon of Hatred, like, you got 3 health bars, and you're sprinting around with your unlimited stamina, just, like, waiting for your ins. Like, I'm not huge on that. So I'm actually going to hit the top of average with the Demon of Hatred. Might be a hot take. He is on fire, so potentially is quite a hot take. Sword Saint Ishin, man. Sword Saint Ishin is tough. Like, it is such a fight to learn. All of the deflects and everything is such a crazy, hard final boss fight. learning all of the, as I said, the moves and the timing, and the way he, Sword Saint Ishin, responds to your moves as well. Like, if you run, he chases you. If you stop and stare at him, he stops and waits. Like, there's so many, like, elements where it's such a unique fight. Like, it really does, like, legitimately feel like he is, and, I know it sounds funny, but he is a boss, right? Like, he is, like, the sword saint, right? Like, he is waiting for you to attack. He's chasing after you and just stopping and standing and watching. Like so many, I mean, you may have seen some of the pretty well edited shorts and stuff like that of some of these fights. It becomes so cinematic, but it is not amazing for me. Simply because there are more amazing fights that package everything together perfectly. Actually, I think Sword Saint should be at the top of good for now. I think that's the best spot for him. Because it is a great fight. There are so many elements to it that is really good. I think it's a solid final fight for the game. Yeah, like it. Not amazing, but I love it. I think it's bloody fantastico. Now, I'm slightly confused. I'm not sure what these are. Inner Genichiro, Inner Father, and Inner Ishin. I don't know what those are about. Alright. Is that the, like, when you fight the bosses again? I don't. Because Sword Saint is the final boss, so I'm not sure why these are listed after him. Let me have a look. Let me have a squiz. Do some quick research. Inner Genichiro. Oh, the Gauntlet of Strength and Reflection of Strength. Right, yeah, I don't muchly care about those, I'll be honest. Nor do I know how different those fights are from the normal ones. I mean, they could... My assumption is that they are the same, but then they probably wouldn't have their own ranking if they were just exactly the same fights, right? Like, surely not. That would just be a waste of space. But much like with the Queen Ianum, I'm going to have to nip these down here because, yeah, I've never faced them, so I don't know the difference there. Okay, we've got the Remembrance bosses from Elden Ring, and then we are done, guys. Oh my gosh, oh my goodness. Less than 5 hours, that's not too bad. That's not too bad, y'all. So we'll start off with Godric. So Godric, probably the easiest, obviously the easiest Remembrance boss. Like, I don't think, Renala is a pushover, but, Godric is literally, I'm a handicap myself. I mean, I love the grafting and stuff like that. All of that's fantastic. Really interesting, really different as well. George R.R. Martin probably put that stuff there. Well, obviously, he put a lot of stuff in that. But fight-wise, Godric is quite a pushover. He is the Lord of Light and Gold and shimmery goodness, but he is a bit of a pushover. He's a fun fight. But man, I mean, God, it is just so many Elden Ring playthroughs where Godric just gets absolutely melted so quickly. I think I'm going to nip him. Yeah, above Bloodstarved Beast, I think is a good spot in the average. Because he is just he is just okay, There's nothing crazy there. And yeah, look, Renala, I mean, guys, the first phase is pretty lame. Running around hitting the little bloody girlies until she falls from the sky so you can rat-tat-tat her face a few times and then rinse and repeat once or two more times depending on how much damage you deal. And then you zip out to her actual arena. And I quite like that she summons in these like spirit things is quite cool. But she is, quite a pushover. I'm just going to put her slightly, actually below Godric, because Godric is not as annoying as Renala can be. Radahn, I love the festival. Like, I love the festival, right? Like, I should probably put, because can I? Oh, yes, I can. Cool. Yeah, put those down there, because again, I've never actually done them. So, Radahn, I love the festival. I love the idea, the story, the lore, the character there. I love how you've just got like these NPCs that you summon in for the festival, and they help you fight, and you can get a whole bunch of them. Love how you can summon in Patches, and then he buggers off after 5 seconds because he's a little baby boy. I quite like the fight. It is a little bit cringe. Big man riding little horse, a little bit cringe. Like the tiniest bit. So I might put him here. Yeah. I think it's a good spot for old Radahn. Yeah, I mean, tiny horse, big man's kind of cringe. But it is what it is. It's life. Estelle, fun fight. Though I'm not fond of entering the boss fight arena every time and then being sniped immediately is pretty lame. And the teleporting around and the grab is pretty rough. It's not the funnest. But it is oddly satisfying, like a jumping and destroying his bulbous skull is pretty satisfying. I think it's a bit better than that. But not as fun as that. Yeah, like Estelle is for me reasonably just average. Like there's nothing too special or crazy going on there for me. Regal Ancestor Spirit, probably before the DLC came out. Probably my favorite boss song is Regal Ancestor Spirits. I don't know what it is with it, but I absolutely adore it. The boss fight, though, is okay. That's really all I can say. He jumps around and spews on the ground and zip zaps, and there's a few elements to it that aren't great. Especially like when you're a dex build or something and you're just chasing him around. Strength build, you can stagger it quite easily, and obviously your magic, you've got all your range and everything, so he's a bit of a chump. But I love the soundtrack for him, for the Regal Spirit. I actually prefer, I'm going to put him over Owl, actually. That's what I'm going to do. I'm a bad mofo. Rykard, look, I mean, this is the Yorm the Giant stuff. This is the big old bloody, the big old manta ray in the sky, whose name has escaped me for now, but she'll be right. So yeah, like Rykard, it's very much the same of go get the weapon and put the weapon on, and that's what you have to use. You got to use it. Sorry, buddy, but that's all there is to it. At the very least, it is a interesting and kind of fun fight. Yorm is very much, oh, you hit me, I'm chasing you. Oh, you hit me. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, you hit me, I'm bloody crippled. Ah, help me, save me. Like at least with the Rykard one, like, you can't just exactly spam him. He will, especially in second phase, kind of wreck you if you just stand there and spam. Whereas, like, Yorm, you just get the right distance and you spam him, and there's just, like, nothing you can do. Yeah. So I think Rykard's pretty average. And I hate to say things like this, but I am not fond of the voice acting. Oh my god, I don't know about y'all, but together, like, it's so, like, because it's not like this loud or this not loud, because this doesn't necessarily have to be loud. It's like the whisper croaky stuff, which I'm not really huge on when it comes to we will rule. Like I'm not huge on that. I think that's kind of lame. Not fond of the voice. I am obviously certain the voice actor is a very nice guy. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm being a piece of shit there. It's just the decision for that particular voice I'm not really huge on. Don't know about y'all. But yeah, the Rykard fight, like, it is what it is. I'm just going to maybe nip him just above Yorm. Because, yeah, like, it's just... Unfortunately, it's just the same. Go find the weapon... and then use the weapon, and then oh my, GG's. Fortisax, I hate that piece of shit. Not that it's bad, it's just annoying. He's got cool attacks, and, you know, you can use some of his attacks, which are also very cool. Never been fond of the fight, though, personally. Never really been fond of the fight, the Fortisax fight. Let me just make... I'm thinking of Placidusax. That's alright. Close enough, right? Fortisax. Oh, where are you at, Fortisax? Let me just go into my mind's eye. Because Placidusax, yeah, that's the multi-head boy. Fortisax. So unmemorable. I can't even think of him. The flauta saxophone guy. This guy, flauta saxophone, I think his name is. I'm really struggling. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I mean, he can't have been that fun if I can barely even remember him right. I might just nip him around here, honestly, just because, you know, if he is that unmemorable, he can't. I'll have to put him above Witches of Hemlock, though. That would be cruel. Placidusax is rather annoying. Morgott, the King. Super. I really like the fight. It is just okay that it's like the second time you kind of fight him. And, you know, like the switch out, especially in like the second phase, is very cool, very fun. But yeah, it just felt like, yeah, you know, I've kicked your ass, bro. Like when I was level 1. So, and then you fight him, and it's like, oh, okay. Like Moog, in my opinion, is much harder than Morgott. Much harder. But he is fun. So I might actually nip him. This is going to be a bit crazy. I might actually nip him down here, down the bottom half of good. Just because he's not again, I actually much prefer fighting Moog over him. Fire Giant. Man, what an annoying fight. I'm going to be honest. Kind of annoying, actually. Like, top of bad annoying. I really don't like the Fire Giant. I think he is lame. I think his attacks are lame. I think his second phase is lame. I think the fact that it's just like, yeah, go hit his ankle. And then pray that he doesn't, like, you know, send up a bloody attack that covers half the bloody arena with snow that you have to run through or run past, sorry. Like, I'm not huge on that. And again, it's like you run up, you hit his ankle, and then he does a roly-poly, and it's like, oh, okay. And then you hit his ankle some more, and then he goes, ah, and he rips, like, yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the Fire Giant fight, I'll be honest. And it is rather frustrating that it is a necessary fight. It's probably one of my least favourite, at least remembrance bosses in Elden Ring. Not entirely sure what they were smoking with that one. But yeah, probably my least favourite. Malekith, though, love me some Malekith. Love me some big death pussy cat. Malekith, very fun. definitely better than the Owls, Regal, Demon, Glass. Nito, yeah, Gwyn, yeah. I do enjoy the Malekith fight quite a bit. Maybe just under Genichiro. Malekith's super fun. Again, like I do like the switch that happens, when you're fighting old chum, and then he's like, why are you here, bro? Why do you covet the rune of death? It's like super cringe, bro. But look, if you want it so friggin' bad, here it is. And then he just like turns into this flippy dippy black flame attack guy, and I really like it. I really quite like it, actually. I think it's good fun. Placidus Axe, yeah, annoying. Like, I don't know about you guys, I just found Placidus Axe to be unnecessarily annoying. Not only getting to the boss fight, and like even knowing how to get to the boss fight, but the actual fight itself, all the teleporting around the arena is a little bit big for my liking. And then, you got this massive arena and it can just rain down like lightning on you and shit. It's not great. It's not fun. It's not their best dragon fight. Like, obviously, their best dragon fight is over hither. Oh, what happened there? Anyway, you'll get it. I'm talking about Bale. I'm talking about Bale the Dreed. Come on, y'all. Yeah, Placidus Axe, kind of annoying. I mean, it's just kind of like my personal opinion, which is that's all of these rankings are, really. My honest-to-God opinion is I would put Placidus Axe maybe down here and maybe middle of average. Definitely better than Guardian Dragon, that's for sure. Definitely better than Mikolash, Logarius, better than Seath, better than Rom. I think that's a good spot. Center average. Because, yeah, I am not a fan of the Placidus Axe fight. So I mentioned it before, I definitely prefer Moog out of the two Omen bros. I think Moog is a funner, more unique fight. I'm also not huge on the voice acting decision here. Together! Oh, that's fucking Rycard, but what is it? Bloody, our new dynasty. Like, he's a little bit of a cringe lord, but his character is a bit of a cringe lord too, right? Reaching into literally like into a god that like takes up an entire basically different dimension, and tossing the fiery blood, like pretty cringe, bro. Pretty good. Why do you have to reach into the tummy of a god in a different dimension to use your magic, bro? Are you that puffy woofy? My god. But no, Moog is definitely funner than Morgott to fight, in my opinion. Quite like it, and I do love how they hid, or they didn't hide, but they put the DLC entrance behind him. Because he's an optional boss, and he's actually reasonably difficult, and I like the Nihil stuff, right? I like Nihil! And he heals back up and he goes into phase 2 with a whole bunch more health, and yeah, I quite like the fight, actually. So I'm going to nip him above Radahn, below the Twin Princes. I think it's a good spot for him. I think that's a good little spot. Melania, obviously, everybody loves Melania. She is a tough fight. And I would say it's an amazing fight. Like, yes, Waterfall is kind of like, a bit broken the first, like, 20 times you fight her. But man, what a fun fight when you know the moves, you know when and where to dodge, everything like that. Once you've, learnt all the telegraphs, everything. Such a fun fight. And she is so difficult. Like, especially, again, like, in your first few times fighting her, man, it seems like she is impossible. Like, impossible. And then the typical FromSoft joy, the typical FromSoft feeling of fighting a boss at first that you think, oh, you're never, ever going to be able to do that. And then you kick their ass, right? Like, oh, so good. And like, this was like one of the probably only times, because, you know, when you've played all the games and you get to Elden Ring, you know, you're expecting second phases, double health bars, all this kind of stuff because you've experienced it before. This is probably the first time in Elden Ring where the second phase was like a shock to me because I was like, wait a minute, this was hard as titties, and you're telling me there is a second phase that does similar, if not harder to dodge stuff? And it has Scarlet Rot? What? Tough, bro. And extra points, as mentioned before, extra points for the Tati shot, the Quaalag-esque Tati shot. Extra points, bruv. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves them. Even straight women and gay men love a good Tati shot. Anyway, Godfrey and Horaloo, awesome. Like, Horaloo especially, I love that fight, man. So fun. Love and again, it's like far into the, like, you're nearly finished the game boss, and it is like hey, I'm strong and I'm going to use my fists. Like, love that. It's not this big beast. It's not this big demon or dragon or huge knight with a massive. It's I'm a warrior. This is who I am. And I'm going to kick your ass. Like, I love that. Like, real, like, Gundyr vibes, you know? Super sick. I think Godfrey and Horaloo should be... yeah, I'm actually going to chuck it just above Medea, actually. I really like the fight. I think it's really fun. So, Radagon and the Elden Beast... basically God and God's beast, or God and parasite? ... question mark? Maybe. Yeah, it's okay. You know, it's the last fight in Elden Ring, and it's just kind of okay. Some BS moves. I feel Radagon is kinda easy peasy, especially for the last boss. And especially for like the god, right? Like the big G, the big capital G. Like, it's just okay. It's just okay. I think I might just edge out Demon of Hatred at the top of average. Not huge on it. I'll be honest with y'all. Not huge. Alright, Divine Beast Dancing Lion. Oh, what a fight, man. What a great fight. Love it, love the music, love the fact that it like cycles through all of these different elements and status effects. I think it's a really interesting design. You've got like the 3 dancers making up the dragon, doing like different moves and stuff like that. I think it's absolutely genius. I think it would sit right here, actually, just above Godfrey and Horaloo. To me, at least. Top of good, or at least quite high up there. R'Lana, double moons. Bro, really? She's alright. She's fun enough, at least. Like, that was probably the one thing that kind of was saving her grace with R'Lana, was as kind of cantankerous as the fight is sometimes, it was at least a fun fight. So I think it edges into good. It's definitely not better than Pontiff Sullivan for me. Maybe this is actually a good spot just under Pontiff. Yeah, there we go. Easy as pie, right? Well, we got Commander Gaius. Actually, going to move that down there as well. So Commander Gaius is pretty cringe. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, guys. Commander Gaius is probably like the worst boss in the DLC. Like, the hitbox is ridiculous. I think we can all agree on that. even if you have fun with the fight, even if you enjoy the fight, I think even then you can agree that the hitbox is BS. Like, how many times have you personally fought Commander Gaius and absolutely dodged his attacks just to get like one shot? Absolute BS, man. Like, unforgivable BS. I'm not sure what they were smoking. I like the idea of the boss, you know. I do like the idea. Like a real Gyobu style fight. I like that it's like Redigan? Redegast? Regicide? Rendalamanella? Rick? Radan. I've got so many names flowing through my head at the moment. Radan, like, you know, it's cool that he's like a Radan soldier and it makes sense visually and da-da-da-da, and I like the gravity magic and all of that, but it is a pretty BS fight. Also, the fact that behind it is like 6 Shadow Tree bloody things. It's like, what the... okay, you have this lame fight with a BS hitbox, and then you hide a bunch of the fragments there that'll level you at, like, I don't like Commander Gaius. No, I'm not going to do that. This is probably quite a hot take. Where's the Shadow Tree avatar going? Oh! I know. Isn't that crazy? I loved the Shadow Tree avatar fight. I loved it. I know many people don't like it. I get it. Like, trust me, I get it. It wasn't perfect. I found little elements that I didn't enjoy. But I thought overall, and upon reflection, it is one of the funnest fights that I've had in quite some time in a FromSoft game. And look, as I said before, there are many elements where, you know, a boss that one person finds difficult and another person finds easy. It's very much the same in my opinion. There'll be bosses that people adore and other people hate, just for very different reasons. There's also, I will be completely honest, there is an element of recency bias, you know. The Elden Ring DLC is what I've played the most recently, and I think about them a lot more than I do some of these other ones that I haven't played in like literally years. Like, I mean, the Dark Souls, I haven't touched Dark Souls 2, or at least maybe that's a lie. I haven't put more than an hour, I'll say, into Dark Souls 2 in years. I haven't put more than an hour in Dark Souls 1 in years. Right, I haven't done a Bloodborne playthrough in years, so there are elements there that, again, like, it is some of the most recent stuff. So I think about it more, and I think I enjoy it more. You know, maybe upon reflection in a year or two's time, it'll be different. But as it stands now, due to recency bias, Shadow Tree Avatar is a masterpiece. Loved it. Loved the music. Loved the boss arena. Loved the design. Loved the fight. Loved how the fight actually like worked at a technical standpoint. I adored it. Putrescent Knight was kind of annoying, I'm not going to lie. Especially when, like, the little bloody tar horse rushes forward and then it jumps. Like, that shit, super annoying. Decent fight, though. I didn't mind the fight overall. I think it's lower good, Putrescent Knight, for me. I'm actually going to snip him just beneath Valstad. Midra, the Lord of Chaos. I think Midra is probably, if I have to think about it, the next masterpiece. I know the recency bias is so strong. I completely understand, but my oh my. I think more of you may understand this call. Midra, bro, what a fight. What a boss. The music, the design, the fight, everything about Midra is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Between that and the Shadow Tree Avatar, amazing. Masterpieces. Both of them. Masterpieces. In my most humble of opinion. Let's just get it out of the way, right? Let's stop trolling around, right? We've got another masterpiece, and his name is Bale the Dread. Let me get this bad boy up here, and I'll talk about them both. Because Bale the Dread is boosted not only by the music, but by Igor, right? Or Egon? Whatever, Egon, I think it is. His monologue and the voice actor, of course, killer, absolute killer. But his monologue, man, is so good. Curse you, Bale! Oh, so good. It is, I mean, cinema, bro. Like cinema, actual cinema, the whole fight. It's so good. It's so good. Bale the Dread is such a great fight. And again, I know, I'll say it for the 3rd or 5th or 17th time. Recency bias does exist here. It is, I can't help myself. But these 3 bosses were so good. Easily the best bosses in Elden Ring, in my opinion. Frankly, it doesn't even come close. Let's have a look. How many Elden Ring bosses are in Amazing? Yeah, 1, right? And we've got 3 in Masterpiece. Easily the best bosses in the entire game. Meter is interesting. I like the idea. It's like a virus plague thing, and it's been, the fingers have been tricking these people with the Way of Light this whole time, when it's actually like this horrendous parasite that fell from the sky. I really like all that, especially for the story and everything like that. I think that visually the fight is pretty goddamn spectacular as well. There's a couple bullshit moves that it does, so that keeps it from amazing, but it is good. I did very much enjoy the fight, and I think I'm going to leave it just below Moog, I think. Moog, the CEO of Blood City, darling. Mesmer. Mesmer's great. Mesmer is a great fight. Love his, actually I really love his second phase with the snakes and stuff. I think that's really cool. And I'm actually going to nip Mesmer all the way up here by Abyss Watchers. I think that's a good spot for him to chill. To chill out. Chill out, Mesmer. Mesmer probably should have been the final boss of the DLC, though. Let's be frank. I mean, he's cool and fun and all of that, and thematically, I think it would have made a little bit more sense. But hey, look, Mesmer's chill. He's fun. Romina is half and half. Some of it's pretty lame, BS, but I think a lot of it's quite good. A lot of her fight is quite fun, even, one might say. If one was forced to rank it or something, maybe they'd put it in like good or something like that. I think it's better than Morgott. I think it's better than Margot's Witness. Not better than, Calamite. I think I need to move Storm King away. Maybe down to here. For the old Storm Bro. Excellent. Alright. Last one, folks. Promised Consort Radahn, aka the Twin Princes, aka Radahn again. Okay, so that's the double thing, right? Not only is it Radahn again, obviously it's a completely different fight because it's Radahn proper, but it is also kind of like Twin Princes, kinda, at least aesthetically. With the little bro holding on to the bigger bros, and it's the last fight of the DLC, and it's meant to be like the biggest, and it's hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's hard. it's just not that great. And there's so much bullshit. The cross attack. Oh, all of like the light spam it does. Literally just spamming just effects so you can't see Nuck. It's not great. He's not bad though, right? He is just average. Oh, definitely. Oh, actually, I think I'd rather fight Rom. I'd rather fight Seath. Yeah, I think he's just middle of the road, actually. Like, there's a lot stopping him from being up high, and there is plenty, of course, preventing him from being all the way down there. All right. Wow. That's it, folks. Look at us go. So we will quickly recap everything, and then that'll be the stream. My goodness. So, of course, we have these ones down here that I've never fought before. Queen Yharnam, Emma/Ishin, Inner Genichiro, Inner Father, Inner Ishin. Never fought them before. Can't rack them. Sorry. Soz about that. Unfair/mistake, we've got Bed of Chaos, and then Commander Gaius. I made my points very clear. Under Terrible, we've got Ancient Wyvern, Ceaseless Discharge, Dirty Colossus, the piece of shit, literal, and Dragon God. Ugh, cringe. In Bad, we've got Fire Giant, Divine Dragon, Deacons of the Deep, Folding Monkeys, Volnir, Ancient Dragon, Throne Watcher and Defender, Aldia, Nashandra, Gwendolyn, Dukes, Dare, Freya, Prowling Magus, and the Congregation. Yikes. Old Iron King, Fool's Idol, Iron Golem, Balfrey, Gargoyles, Moonlit Butterfly, Adjudicator, Tower Knight, Armor Spider, Royal Rat Vanguard, Royal Rat Authority, the rats are pretty low, Dragon Rider, True King, Elant, Leech Monger, Centipede Demon, all of those in the bad. Pretty rough, pretty bad, not great for many different reasons. Under average, we've got Radagon and the Elden Beast, Demon of Hatred, The One Reborn, Celestial Emissary, Gyobu Oniwa, Godric, Renala, Blood-Starved Beast, Priscilla, Dark Lurker, Aldrich, Gaping Dragon, Mitha, Kepra Demon, Demoness Song, Fake Monk, Estelle, Bell Gargoyles, Grave Tenders, Great Wolf, Old Demon King, Old Hero, Phalanx, Alana, Four Kings, Terrace Demon, The Rotten, oh my god, Dark Beast Pal, Living Failures, Osiris, Ocelot, where's my baby? Dragon Slayer Armor, Placidusax, Rom, Seath the Traitorous Loser, Martyr Logarius, Promised Consort Retard, Mikolash, Guardian Dragon, Executioner's Chariot, Old Dragon Slayer, Pursuer, Stray Demon, Asylum Demon, Vanguard, Curse Rotten Greatwood, Crystal Sage, Rykard, Yorm, Fortisax, The Witches of Hemwick, Skeleton Lords, Grave Robber, Varg and Karen, Pinwheel, the Twin Dragon Riders, Najka, Giant Lord, Last Giant, Covetous Demon, Demon Fire Sage, Vendrick, Ava, Lud, and Zelen. All average. Again, not good, not bad, is what it is. They're just fine. Under good, we've got quite a few. Sword Saint Ishin, Burnt Ivory King, Shadows of Yharnam, all great fights, of course. Ludwig, Mesmer, Abyss Watchers, Soul of Cinder, Guardian Ape, Dancer of the Boreal Valley, Divine Beast, Dancing Lion, Godfrey and Horalu, Medea, Sif, Lawrence, Moon Presence, Ebrietus, The Penetrator, Naturally, the Penetrator is next to Quelaag. Vicar Amelia, Cleric Beast, Gascoigne, Lothric and Lorien, or the Twin Princes, Moog, the CEO of Blood, Metir, or Meta, Redan, Genchero, Malekith, Nameless King, Vort of the Boreal Valley, Lady Butterfly, Amygdala, Manus, Gwyn, Pontiff Sullivan, Rolana, Grave Lord Nito, Looking Glass Knight, Demon Prince, Regal Ancestor Spirit, which, like, again, pre-DLC has the best song, Owl Father, Great Shinobi Owl, Corrupted Monk, Lost Sinner, Man-Eaters, Flame Lurker, Sin, Calumet, Romina, Murgo's Wet Nurse, Morgoth, Sanctuary Guardian, Champion Gundir, Headless Ape, Valstad, Purescent Knight, Eardex Gundir, Storm King, Ruined Sentinels, Flexile Sentry, Half-Light, Old Monk, Old King Allant, Smelter Demon, and Blue Smelter Demon. All in good. Now we've got a couple of amazings. We've got Fume Knight. I explained exactly why. Personal reasons. Ornstein and Smoke, classic. Artorias, classic. German, incredible. Maiden Estrella, classic, man. Lady Maria, brilliant. Sir Alon, oh, heartbreaking. Orphan of Cost, he's just a little baby. Sister Freyed and Father Ariandel, flail. You should have just brought me my flail. Gale, the Slave Knight, and Melania. And under Masterpiece, we got Midra, the Shadow Tree Avatar, and Bale the Dread. That, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, is the list. Goodness me. What's that? Just over 5 hours to get these rocking and rolling. Yeah, big list, as mentioned, nearly 180, so probably more about like 170-ish, not including these bottom ones that I could not rank, unfortunately. But man, quite a beast of a list here, y'all. So that is today's stream, you know. It's always nice to talk about things that I have a soft spot for. And Fromsoftware games, I have a big soft spot for their games. I think they're all brilliant. I think every game they bring out, again, as I said, aside from the VR game, I haven't played that one. Every single one, even Armored Core, like, I am not a fan of mechs or Gundams in the slightest. I can barely watch, like, even good shows and anime and games and stuff like that involve them. I don't know why. I just hate them. Like, I'm just not into it. Armored Core 6, was awesome. Like, not exactly my thing, but still a great playthrough. And yeah, obviously all the Souls-like, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring, all of those games are so good. So good. So, I do wonder, of course, where, if there is anything that you disagree with. I'd say most of those would probably be potentially with the masterpiece ones and even some of the amazing ones. Is there anything that I, chucked in bad or average that you think is amazing or even a masterpiece? Well, my goodness. Let me know down in the comments. Make sure to like and subscribe and all of that good stuff if you're watching this after the stream as a normal video. And yeah. Look, I think that's everything, guys. Thank you all so much for jumping in. Thanks everybody that's come and watched and commented and everything like that. And I guess I'll catch you in the next video.